Tumo Berlin. Welcome to Tumo Berlin. Wir freuen
Also,
uns.
yeah, welcome.
Okay. Wir freuen uns, dass ihr hier seid. Wir freuen uns, dass ihr beim Stream dabei
We are
seid.
we are very glad from our side that we have our first keynote meeting. Yeah, and also the Austria has is also takes place. Yeah, yeah, now. I'm very glad that it's where the innovation also to speak with. My name is Volodymyr Borisenko. The theme is my issue is the world AI and then the one reality and technology is only not only just the life question, life issue, and only 3 years I could my research as on the international level prevent and und ich kann also diese Innovations in some fields to field und this experience showed me that this is not only the innovation, it is also alive. This is the also AI is very as a progressive algorithms and my work has with a 5 prestigeful the specializing of and general I think the so in two branches so very worldwide using this as a young innovation as a today I would like to talk about with you about the innovation technologies demo. This is not only the learning and yeah. What would it be when the teacher in future will not use any experience in program and when the teacher only the analyzes when we to traditional learning form are used to do. Yeah, yeah. When they lead the teaching and learning algorithm and when nowadays there are schools that also had cameras and have and this is it's not science fiction now. But it is not the teaching program and process will change because it is from 100 years so used to it. So with the KI have we also in the personalized platforms and intelligence work, not only in the university or school. It is another kind of learning and is also in a very quick in as a important situation a very quick time as distinguish something that is for important for us the modern technology and for building so the our also this program I am researching is not only the military program it is the AI as a situation for analyzing and but before I you solving some problems show I wanted to tell you about the challenges of this program so by taking in act the algorithm of the program and the coordination of graphic structures. This solving is with AI as a driven form, and it's analyzing the software, the optimistic and mechanical learning. It is the modern solving of also the military fiction. The technologies that we use, it is AI for making distinguish the AI driven and AI simulation. We can use my form of solving is machine learning and analyzing, and I have a motivation for it. My small idea can change the world when you use it in your experience. We have no very big resources, no motivation. It was to and I stand here mit einem project which is international, use this since what I have by me, it is our future to form our future. It is some branches like medicine and paper. And the question is what it will be if I make it, perform it. It was for me very joyful, and I was very glad. I want to inspire you with my own ideas. I wish you success, all of you, and yeah, I give the word to my colleagues in Berlin. Kann sein, sie spricht also. Nichts gesagt.
Schön, dass es weitergeht bei uns. Wir haben heute Thomas hier bei uns.
We have today the interesting AI model, and we can do it together and with our Thomas. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I am here for coordinate. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So, well, my name is Thomas. Yeah, I can say I'm a veteran, so about 12 years I am in the informatic branch. And in this learning, in my practice, I was always in today's challenges about. But 50 years I didn't have something to do with it. I have long time also something to do with art and culture, and nowadays sometimes when we see the progress we are a little astonished that AI this is when the AI has found it and brought some questions and issues that is in all the world is spread. So in China, in Brazil. Also there is split image. And what is near to this problem and issue is correlation, also in this field is the we have any connection with AI and also and with in the last time the development of this AI also it is like it was not these 50 years that was also not no experience for me, but today also after 5 years that is also I cannot imagine what I could do in this 5 years has changed so much that you know so the new research is has so developed so much that you sometimes cannot follow this development. So you cannot distinguish from the human-like processes. I have also generated some programs that which you can just simply use it in a technique in a daily life. And now open source project. Or the it means that everything we do everything is open and it is for the people. It's all the so the community can also take part, can be interactive communication with you, and all possible know-hows can find here his place, and the new apps can also be used here in this program, and yeah, pollinations, all websites we can use for, yeah, for live feed. The pictures you see in all over the world, it is in the last years. And now comes the one must confess that today it is not so easy to follow everything that happens in this branch. The new technologies and the transport. I would say that this project helps the other people to involve in the using of this problem. It is open for everybody, and also it's a project looking for future, and so yeah, on my computer I see, and I try to show the filtering, the form of generating of, yeah. We come back to our my program of pollinations, and first of all, and now we can, with this pollination program, also make some different things like yeah, it's said it is powerful but not perfect. Yeah. You don't have to kind of sometimes you need no AI, but can himself something this do this program himself. So I don't know if it is yeah, it matches to your nation, but so sometimes there are datas which is taken from from internet, and 100 million pictures and images, and when things when you can spread it and it can change again, and these images there are sometimes some words, some keywords that and you cannot win all the prizes, so you cannot benefit from what you have seen. When you see the picture, also AI is very often is very changeable, and it is not so simply to differ and distinguish. So it is how many letters are this word. Maybe you can control and follow it. So it may be also this question, yeah, blaming like. Kannst du follow? Yeah, yeah, and the question is.
And when I was still doing the presentation at 3 o'clock in the morning, So I was creating content for my presentation. You have to finish it. You have to get it going. But if I ask in a different way, if I take the question, if I say the way I prepared this presentation, is it good? And the machine will say yes. So that's not a good way to do. So you have to ask an open question. And the interesting thing is, if you can test a number of tools for free, and the thing is, you have to join the community, use different ways of working. And now I wanted to show you a few projects of artificial intelligence that we have been working on, and I will show you. I will start with the first project. I don't know if we will bring in somebody for this. Well, let's start. Is it okay?
So he's not in the call, so I think then you just present his project.
I just present it.
Yeah.
So I will just present first. We have an Indian developer. Our communities unsere Communities auch in Discord. Das heißt, die Leute sind eher anonym. Das heißt, es war schon so ein bisschen komisch, als ich die gefragt habe.
So it's but the issue is sometimes it's anonymous, so you have to ask where do you come from, so to make it a bit more personal. So you have to get familiar to the issue and make sure you understand each other. Well, let's try. So I'm sure I pronounced the name the wrong way. So what he did, for example, he developed an app, and the name of the name is Roastmaster. So it's quite a funny application. So I will try to launch it, show it to you. So if I upload this, what will happen? The artificial intelligence will analyze what I upload. I show it to you here. So I will show you something which I did when I was a child. I'm looking for it. Here it is. Well, that's me, myself as a child. Okay. So that's me when I was a young child. Okay, let's see now what happens. It's a different approach now. The artificial intelligence made a roast. I can read it to you. It's in English. He look. He mixes it in a few colors, and the final burn is. Das ist interessant. You can try it out yourself. So I'll just try. We can also take somebody from you if you want to. So who has the courage? You can try. Okay, let's see. Itachi is another person from India. He has he has developed a few tools. So he made one application which is called Story Magic. This is an app. You will type in a few words and the app will produce a whole story. We are in a so I'm coming from mysterious Berlin. Yeah, teenager positive system. No, it's okay. It's okay. Let's see. So it's now working. While this is happening, I am so these are examples of 2 or 3 things. It's with open source. We have to develop that further and change it and improve it. It seems to me it's a bit like oh, look at this. There's a group of children. They are sitting in. This is inaudible, I'm sorry. But it's a story that the lady is telling, a story for children. So the story is about dreams and okay. So every time I do this, it's a different result. So if you want to have fun, you can use it. We also have other tools. We have this tool which is coordination. So we did we did this specifically for Tumo, for teens. There's Roadmaster, Roast Myself, Story Magic, so interactive kid stories like you just heard. There's also music and a music app. Let's look at this one here. That's the artificial intelligence that has music. I'm not sure how to start this. You have to press there. A quiet melody. I will try to get. All has to be done in text. Okay, now it's there. So what did the AI do? Let's make a quieter one. It's working in the background. Then you can add a horror melody, okay? But yeah, that's it. A slow melody. So you can do so many things with these AI models. So there's so many different tools available here. So now another AI system. I don't know his real name. His name here is user I113. He has developed a Roblox tool. He has made a conversation with Roblox, and this received 9 million likes, and it has all the time 900 active users. It's really incredible what he managed to do here. Millions of people are looking at this, and you can also discuss this in our community if you're interested into this. So, exactly. Sinji, another teenager, Sinji made this Discord bot and GitHub. So there you can create images. Now, maybe we do that together now. There are many, many projects, a wide range of applications. Just go to our website and check it out. Now, if you have any questions, we can also try out something, whichever application you would like to try. I just want to summarize here. I've asked our teenagers what would they like to see. Well, the basic thing, what they're saying is
Vielleicht gehe ich weiter.
okay.
Wenn ich
Nochmal hier mit ins Bild. Vielen Dank für deine Einführung. Vielen Dank fürs uns erzählen, was du gemacht hast und was Pollination so kann. Nur um das Ganze nochmal zusammenzufassen. So, auf Pollinations AI können alle kostenlos, frei zugänglich, selber mithilfe von AI verschiedene Apps generieren, die dann mit AI Dinge bauen. Das heißt, wenn wir jetzt hier zum Beispiel in der Audience Leute haben, die Interesse daran hätten, selber erste Schritte zu gehen und zu sagen, ich möchte meinen eigenen AI-Bot bauen, können sie sich da anmelden und werden dann da durchgeführt und lernen dort, wie sowas konstruiert wird und können auf das zugreifen, was alle anderen in der Community schon gemacht haben. Super. Was würdest du jemandem sagen, der sagt, ich möchte jetzt das allererste Mal da drauf gehen? Was ist das Wichtigste, was man sich überlegen muss, bevor man so einen Bot startet?
Aha. Naja gut, ich glaube, natürlich ist das Programmieren der eigenen App der zweite Schritt. Also vielleicht sollte man erstmal ein bisschen diese KI-Modelle einfach probieren, ne? Weil es gibt so verschiedene, das nennt sich auch Playgrounds, also man kann bei Google mit verschiedenen KI, bei
Yeah, and now when the pollinations were going, yeah, the pollination, we say that it can be, what can we do after it? Yeah, what can be done in future with it? Yeah, and worldwide can we use this program? You can just simply make the job this program together and have you can redact, you can change and so on some in this program and my task to generate everything that connected with this idea. it is the most also important that to make the first step and to when man has a definite targets and strive to go this way. Yeah, when you're used to this program and used to make and connect to this app, it will be step by step build a new one. And now we can also the young people presented here can have maybe some questions. Yes, please. Yeah. If yeah, I see that we were the finance the program, the finance everything with connected with this problem. So the active user of this program can take part in this program, not by through Google, Amazon, and other several connection ways. It is not so much possibilities to connect, but it is not $100,000 through Google and Amazon. But if you try to just connect simply to our app, it will be good enough to do it together. Then another question. The question is how is functioning AI and also zum Beispiel how does the computer know what is the blue eye or this or that program? How can it distinguish it? It is also during the time it makes mastering and sometimes it learns the mood and the main ideas that the user can have during the time, and they have some definite model, and sometimes it takes the information from TV, from many medias, and during the months and years it can gather many hundreds of information patterns, and then the 100 millions of pictures and images can take it by sight, and then to make out that say it is like connected ideas, and then to multiplicate this information, everything when is realities or what is created by mind. It can produce everything we have connected, the patterns. When we with pollination AI try, for example, an idea generate. Is this needed to give some instances, some examples, or does the AI has these ideas and this instances in his mind, in his, remembers. What we do in general, it is to show him the targets, what are you striving to, and then they create the model, and this model can be used specialized just on one target or one idea, but the any case it is some definite things to do beginning sometimes from zero. And the last question, who wants to give a last? Unfortunately, and okay, it's well when the so pollination, we have our what is the pollination? We have some ideas, and you yourself try to build the AI model which was suggested us. You have already some data, some ideas about it, and you can make the test what is pollinations discord, and and you can work with it as yourself and try, and we show to greet and to thank Thomas for its interesting speech. Thanks. And then we go on, and now we go on, and come to our general speech. Für erste Mal, danke.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Berlin, for the wonderful live. We are here in Lyon. Je vais même de ce pas faire une transition car on va parler en français.
So now I will be moving to French, and I would like to say that I'm very happy to see all of you. So we will give the scene to our keynote speaker, and our keynote speaker is from France, from Paris, Women in Tech French director, and also representative of the UN, Angela, and she will be speaking about the situation about AI in general. And please welcome the keynote speaker, Angela. Hello. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being here with all of us. It's a great pleasure. You know, this is a vast subject. So first, I'd like to ask a question. What are we talking about? Are we talking about tech? And what are you talking about? What are you thinking about first? Because, you know, we are seeing that when we're talking about a tech person, we think of a person who has a computer in front of them and is having this digital work. But this generation is the first such generation that is digital. It never existed before. And because of the artificial intelligence that we have come such a long way now. And often, you know, you hear about the fact that in our job, this is that AI will make a lot of jobs go extinct. Yeah, but we're talking about a lot of jobs, maybe millions of jobs going extinct and disappearing, but how many more jobs will be created? And there will be a lot of opportunities created. So in fact, we have to think about this, that we're already at that stage, and that is what is already happening, and it's becoming clear that this is our reality. I would just say that this is an opportunity, and then easily you can learn today that yes, I would have to say that when we're talking about technology, we're always thinking about programmers and people who are specialized, IT specialists, but you know, AI has changed the picture, because we already know that AI has made this reality different. And if you want to think about that, you know, we have already had it 30 years ago, but only now has it become completely different, and we have artificial intelligence that has become completely different. As I've already said, we have opportunities that didn't exist in the past. And allow me to speak about myself. First of all, I would like to talk about my background. I'm Syrian Lebanese. I came to France when I was 8. I didn't speak a word of French, and it was very difficult for me in the beginning. But for me, this has been a great opportunity to have grown here, to be raised here. And you know, I was doing all kind of different works. Let's say I was at Pizza Hut and other places, and these are the small jobs you do so that you have an opportunity to work, and you take that opportunity. So yeah, you know, I did my education in this field, and I did also international commerce. This is something that doesn't exist anymore. And you know, one day I dared go into the field of finances. And the day when I dared do this, you know, I was thinking about whether I would be able to succeed, but I quickly did this. I also had an opportunity to go into an American bank, and unfortunately it's not the same reality as I would have had if I worked in the finance sector in France. But I did this work, and this was General Electric. I worked there, and then I worked on the presidential campaign, legislative campaigns, and I have been working in the digital field. And today I work as a freelancer for the United Nations because I dared do it. You know, there's always a principle of dare, because the worst case scenario is that they will say no to you. But when I was taking these opportunities, during my education, my lecturer was telling me, what if you will not succeed? But okay, You can just click on next. You can do something else. So I didn't listen up to the professor, and I thought, I need positive people, people who believe in me, people who believe in you, or the people who would be able to help you. And just to tell you that when we're talking about artificial intelligence, during the last 25 years, I have not had a year when I didn't do any education. I was doing my master's degrees, different master's degrees, certificate degrees, because it's very important to challenge oneself all the time and to be up to date. And today we have that opportunity, even if, I'll give you this example. A couple of months ago, this is the situation that happened. I got to meet our second astronaut who was born and raised in Paris, and he was told that if he doesn't get the highest degree possible, grade possible, at school he wouldn't make it to be becoming an astronaut, but he did. So just to tell you that it so happened that he was in the US, and he stumbled upon a conference of NASA. There he said that he was vocal about his desire to become an astronaut, and he said, he was given a task, and he was told that if he can succeed, he can be part of NASA. He succeeded, and then that's how he made it to NASA, and now he's working there. So it's all about daring and believing in yourself, because if you dare, if you think that you can do this and you dare, in that case you will be able to seize this opportunity. You should not be waiting for an opportunity to come your way, but you need to just jump and take that opportunity. You fail once, fail second time, fails the third time, but then come back and succeed, and only then can you succeed. I just hope that you have also learned this along your way, along your career and education. But if you stumble upon an opportunity, a job, an internship, do it. Because what is the worst case scenario? They will say no to you. There is this citation by Nelson Mandela that I really like. He says, the citation goes like this, is words by Nelson Mandela: I never lose, either I win or I learn. And I think that's something very important to bear in mind, because you too can succeed if you think about that. At some point you will succeed, whatever the situation is. And I have changed my way so many different times. And people are asking the question, why are you now going to finances, now going to this topic, that topic? Why? Because I want to do that. I have had the desire to do that. And there was this idea that someone told me, tell me something that no one expects you to do. And I said, at the end of my career, I will also go to a bakery for 2 weeks and do my internship. And people said, why? Why would you do that? Yeah, because I'm interested in this. Why not try that as well? So you see, what is very important is that's advice I give the young people, and people even younger than you. Whenever there are events, you should not be thinking that my career is outside this, so these events have nothing to do with me. In fact, just think about that. Think about these links. Just think about these connections. So be open to what is happening in front of you, what is happening with you, and tomorrow we know you're already doing a wonderful work. So there is this links, there's this opportunities, and people of your age already know in which directions they're headed. But you can move in that different directions, and artificial intelligence in this way is going to give you many great opportunities. How could I put it? But I'm not going to say social networks, because social networks are not so good. Don't use them so often. But there is this question of, think about that. For instance, I'm not saying that it's not because your parents, your friends, or your lecturers, your teachers are saying you need to do this, you need to go in this direction or do in that direction. No, but I would be thinking that the biggest richness is having passion for what you're doing. So I hope that in a couple of years' time, you will really have the passion, and you would be able to follow and pursue this with passion. It doesn't matter where, in which direction it will be leading you. So once again, if you're studying something and at the end of the academic year you understand that that's not something you want to pursue, change it. Give yourself the opportunity and know why you're doing it. Especially, it's very important to be surrounded by positive people, by people who believe in you, and that's very, very important indeed. So what comes to artificial intelligence, today we know that this big organizations like Microsoft, different other organizations, they unfortunately do not speak about that a lot, but there is a huge amount of information that is accessible for people like you, and this is free education, free information, and you need to start working on your CV, starting with now. I know you're young, but even at this age, you need to start doing that, because I think that would be very, very important. So you should not be thinking that it's not important to do. For example, if you have for example, you have the 2 more certification and you have these opportunities, and you are able to work with Microsoft, with Google, this would be really wonderful, because you are a generation, as I've already said, you're a digital generation, and unfortunately you are also the generation that is not really doing classes, but you need to do your classes, you need to do home assignments, you need to speak English, you need to travel the world, you need to get all those opportunities. Because you're not obliged to study doesn't mean you don't have to study, so find something that is to your taste. Read all the time. It's not important what you read, just read an article on a social network, still read something, because still, let's say if it's an interview, doesn't matter what interview it may be, there is a difference how cultured you are, how learned you are. But you see, I have I'm not saying it just has to be academic studying, but just studying in general. I was reading, I learned French through reading these magazines. I have not actually read Baudelaire or anyone like that. It's not, the classical literature has made me speak French. You can also read other things. You can read journals, you can read magazines. And today we understand that maybe you will be shocked with what I will say, but you yourselves are a marketing product. That moment that you're out to the world at large, you are a marketing product. Your CV, your posture, the way you express yourself, the way you send an SMS, a text message. This too is important, because I work a lot with a lot of different students, and even if you're talking among yourselves, it's very important how you express yourselves. This is really wonderful. We're a digital generation. There is artificial intelligence. Yes, okay. But the future, if we're thinking about the future, the way you behave, the way you express yourselves, this is really, really important. And I think that, often you have your phones all the time. You make videos, then you watch the videos that you've made, then you just watch this. And yes, I understand, but when we could record ourselves and listen to what we're speaking about, because you need to have oral examinations, so you can use these opportunities that are endowed and given to you by the technical devices. Because what doesn't matter what you do in your education, in your studies, in your future work, you will have to speak to someone. So learn how to speak to someone and use these opportunities to record yourselves. Challenge yourselves. Dare, believe in your own values, in your own dreams, in your own ambitions. Seize the opportunities, and just be unstoppable. That's very important. That's the most important. I don't know if what I've said. I don't know if you have any questions or no. It was okay what I said. Yeah. Okay. Do you have questions? Maybe. Yes. I think if you have any questions, we could have the microphone around, because this is a unique chance. Because Angela has joined us today, so maybe we can have some questions to her. I see a hand. Hello. So, you have described your CV. You've been talking about that at length. And I wanted to know, what are you doing right now? Because you've talked about different things. I work for the UN finance department at UN. Yeah, because I don't see you very well, but okay, now I can speak like this. That's why I'm saying that you need to have your posture, because at the UN it's quite an elevated position, so I could say that I'm the third person in the UN in a way, but everything that is related to finances, that is really urgent. So I'm not called number 3 at the UN, but that's in fact that's what I'm doing. Yeah, so I'm doing the finances at the United Nations, UN. So do you know? Hello. Do you know what you will be doing? Will you be working in the field of technology, or you know what you will be doing? Well, wait. I understand. Yeah. But there are many young girls here, but in the technological field we don't have so many girls, because I see that there are a lot of parents here and also teachers. So I think it's very important for girls to be empowered, because when it comes to girls and they're going to the interviews, these girls get fewer questions than boys when they're applying somewhere. And I think it's sort of an unconscious bias, we could call it like that, because if we're looking at the representation of girls and women in technology, it's not always that high, but of course there are far fewer women also in technology-related professions, not only in the field itself, but at the same time this new generation, which I find an extraordinary generation, because you're engaged in so many different topics, the woman's role, ecological, environmental questions, and I am a feminist, and I am sure that things will be changing and this will get going because of your generation, and because your generation is more, let's say, friendly than us. You take to each other better in a social perspective, and I should be saying that I know that there would be obstacles facing you, but I am sure and I'm convinced that you would be able to, how could I put it, to surmount them. I am not saying this because these are just words. I see around me women and girls, and I see, because we work with different lyceums, with different colleges from France, and I'm not just saying girls are much better, no, but I'm seeing this. I'm seeing them do their internships. I really see their exposure. So it's very important for the parents here to know that you push the girls, your daughters, to go in the direction of this technology and this related umbrella professions, because I'm not talking about professions related directly to technology, but it could be also an umbrella term, because I see here that this week, I think our Ministry of Economy was saying that there are a lot of women in France that are doing only 10%, 10 types of jobs, and you could say that 10 types of jobs are very many, but in fact there's so many other jobs. So the vast majority of women in France are only engaged in these jobs, but we're trying to show that this is much more possible, and this could help us create opportunities. So that's why I'm saying that internship is so important and crucial. I am happy to state that this is a possibility, and this will help you navigate in your career. And whenever you have the opportunity to work, I say that all the time, and people are very surprised when I say this, but who I am today is because of the person who was working back then at Pizza Hut. Because when I was young, I was doing that, and yes, it's true that I didn't continue working at Pizza Hut, but Pizza Hut really shaped me into who I was. And people are like, honestly, that's what you're saying, looking back at your career? Yeah, and don't think that there is a job that you should not be doing, because what did I learn to do? That I learned to work very quickly, and I learned to do a lot of things. So this work, the robustness that I have today, the rigor, the energy, all of this, the way I manage things, this came from there, because I had the time to learn, and I had a good manager there who was supporting me, who was helping me all the way throughout, and so it was good. It's good to work this upcoming summer, and you can also work at the market, because if you're interested in the marketing section, which is an important say in the modern world, this is important. So you could be exposing yourself to that, and you would be having your first salary. So why not? I would say that would be important. Do you have any other questions? I have already seen you. Are you here for the first time?
Well, why have you selected to push the door. So I am going to bring the microphone. You can answer to the question because informatics and do you like it? Do you like it? No, you don't. But do you know what you are going to do in the future? I don't know. I don't know. It's not a problem. That's why I am asking you. It's not a problem. The fact that you are here, you are among us, it's important. You must not minimize your coming here because I understand we came together here, and it's very courageous from your part. I would like to congratulate you for that. One question. Hello. I am in conversion of artificial intelligence, and my daughter is in preparatory classes, and my son also, he's studying in the same field. And my question is, as a parent and children, a parent and kids, there are many parents here, and first of all, concerning the orientation and the selection, I am in the technical as well, and how to place ourselves, not to impose, how to find the place, how to find the role. So my daughter wanted to go to the video games, and I didn't want it particularly, and then there was a private school for video games. It was 70 euros for the interview, and so this is for the selection of the school. She was 18 years old, and you know, at the end of the preparatory classes, when they have friends in another sector, they have selected something else to do. So this is the question related to parents and kids, the relationship between parents and kids. So she wants to study in the video games, and we have parity in the video games. It's about 49% represented by women. So you know that there is equality, there is parity. Because in other professions, in other specialities, when you open a vacancy, for example, Amazon has a mea culpa now, because in the sector that they have more men and boys than women or girls. And I don't want to say that it's easy to orient, because there are many obstacles on the way. You know all the obstacles that exist, and I have found another barrier, another obstacle, and it can be, for example, it was related to my nephew. I was shocked very much by the fact that it was the first step to postulate for something, and it's not the best message that we can send. 5 hours I spent with my nephew explaining I am from the technical field, from digital field. I understand that for your daughter to do a preparatory classes is very important, because when you have opportunities of practical, and they are going to select easily later. That's why I encourage people to do studies in alternate way, because the theory is not always easy. So this is the way. You know, all my life I was doing baccalaureate, because by studying in medicine, by working in Pizza Hut, I understood what is marketing, because marketing was not present among my family members. I wanted to understand, for example, when you have 30 minutes for pizza to arrive, it's very important. But my manager sent me to the headquarters of Pizza Hut to understand all this schedule that we have to follow. And these are the opportunities. That's why I am encouraging people to come to different events, to familiarize with people, to go to summer jobs, summer classes, to do practice, and this is going to affinate even more. So I don't know whether you have other questions. I would like to wish you all, to all the girls who are here present, to dare, to be brave, because we have this syndrome which says that it's difficult to arrive, to reach, but you have to give you all your resources, you have to believe in yourself, and you have to dare all your life, and you must not allow other people to tell you that you shouldn't dare, because you cannot have, if you don't have 19 out of 20 in your baccalaureate, it doesn't mean that you cannot succeed. Thank you very much. Many thanks, Angela. You are going to have the chance to meet again because we are in the world live. We are followed from 4 corners of the world, so we are going to meet her again. There will be other women, inspiring women and cases, and now we are going to go on. We are going to have a round table here, and this round table is going to concern human intelligence and artificial intelligence. I would like to invite Leslie Ia, Sylvain Thiot, that we have seen in Lyon, and Louis Bampé. I would like to wish you welcome, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for your presence here. Applause, please. Today we are going to speak about the artificial intelligence and the relationship with our mind and with our brain. Do they work in the same way? What is the impact of the artificial intelligence on us? Is it going to be able to feel emotions? Is it going to be controllable like we see it in the movies? We are going to talk about that with the experts. I will give you the floor to present yourself. Hello everyone, thank you for the invitation. I am Leslie Yan. I have different specialities, different professions, and I am also professor, teacher. So I belong to that category of people. I am going to speak about education and artificial intelligence and how the use of what is going to be the impact of artificial intelligence on education in the universities as well. Hello everyone, hello again. I am integrator of artificial intelligence. I am against the disinformation, and I feel sometimes helpful for the technicians. Why we have these 2 experts here? Because we have asked 2 more representatives to ask questions about artificial intelligence and human intelligence. I have several questions for you. The AI and the human brain, can they be compared? Can we compare them? Yes, probably, if it's in the virgin mode, not instructed mode. No, if because it's we have different cultures, we are coming from different universes, there will be other evidences. So how to explain, how to tell it? It's not your second brain. It's a second brain which functions differently, and it can be educated not in your family, not in your school, not with your teachers. You have to be capable to see this link, this relation between both. So it functions as us, but there are some different tasks. And for artificial intelligence, it's going to be probably next year, not this year. Because our brains, we are capable to feel what is going on, to understand what the neighbor says. We see the person coming, approaching, to see, but the artificial intelligence is not capable to do all this fully. There is a specificity of tasks where it is instructed to do on special tasks, but it's not able to do other things, and that's why for some tasks it can overcome if you compare the logical functionality. Do you agree with me with what I say? Because every time I later ask the professors or teachers whether I am right or wrong. I am going to ask a question to Leslie. Is it like a human brain, or we can compare it with neurotransmitters? I am not a scientific expert in AI, and I am trying to understand what is going on, what is happening. Of course, what you have said is correct. The artificial intelligence today is specialized. It is specialized. It's not fully functioning now, and behind AI there is a functioning of neural network, and this is a way how we can make a parallel with our brains. I don't know where we are going with all this. Probably tomorrow, after tomorrow, it's going to be something else. And this neural network that exists in the AI is over instructed for several tasks. And the particularity of today, it's able to do things that we cannot even explain. That's why there's a kind of black box in this network that we have, and how it happened, the way it happened, it's really difficult to understand. And that's why we can compare it with our brain in some way. No one knows how it's happening, and I am repeating because those who are in live mode now, when I say we or they, it's not only us but also the researchers. They don't understand, they don't know how it happens, why the AI is giving this product, this result. So those who are using ChatGPT, could you raise your hands, please? Probably the first time when you were asking yourself a question how it happened. For me, for example, when I use it, we have results that are quite amazing and surprising. There is a kind of logic, and there are different algorithms that for the moment are used. We are better in instruction if we compare with the neural networks. We need less data. For example, we need to have more information in order to have the picture of a cat. We need to have 1 million pictures of cat in order to obtain the picture. When we were kids, when we were shown and represented the picture of a cat, we could understand that this is a cat. But now, so this
there has been a fantastic revolution that we're talking about. So if we're talking about the cognitive sciences and we're talking about the different functions, we have to understand how that is all interconnected. But you know, we were thinking about whether, cognitively speaking, we could reproduce artificial intelligence. So we're looking for opportunities, and it's not only about how it functions, but how we're able to do things. So thank you so much. Yeah. So we could explain a bit. So I would see this example. You know, I have time to do my classes because now I'm a school child. But I'm thinking about what if I don't use my brain to the fullest? I don't do my tasks to the fullest. Thank you for the question. You know, you will, I think, not become more lazy, but you will lose your cognitive opportunities and opportunities. You know why I'm saying that? Because there are many people nowadays who cannot read a map. Can you imagine? So they have a physical map, but they are not able to read it. So, for example, there are 4 cities around me, but I know all of this by heart, but I'm not really able to do that. So I have actually learned how to do all of this by heart, but I can make mistakes, and I can think about how to go, where to go. It's not to be able to go more quickly, but there is this tendency of forgetting things, right? But of course, if we're talking about the taxi drivers, they need to know in the past they need to know the city without the use of technology. But now they need they have technology, right, for navigation. So the same is true of airplanes. See, these are competences, and we rely on technologies. But our brain, I say this all the time, and when I'm talking to people your age, it's very important to say that we need to have some competence. We need to understand how we can, you know, maybe it's a bit stupid what I'm saying, but you need to really know how to do things, how things are made of, like what bread is made of, how it's made of. I mean, I know how it sounds, but still, for example, if even if you're not an engineer, you can think like an engineer. You can see that there are elements that you need to understand, that the process needs to be clear, and of course there are many different competences that will be lost, but also competences that will occur and emerge. So it's a bit like the calculator, because when the calculator started, we were using it differently, and then it was advancing and we were using it differently. So we will continue to learn how to do that. And of course, what is really important is to have these opportunities. So how our brain is working, and we need to see these opportunities. Yes. Yes, all of the paradoxes I will be processing, because I think the live transmission will not pass the question. So the question was as following. You know, we know that humans are behind the artificial intelligence, but what is happening with the human role in artificial intelligence is a very good question. I don't know if we can reply to that, but for example, imagine there is this researcher who is doing research into AI. Still, it's all about the level, the scale. At which scale can you give an answer? For example, if we're talking about the IT opportunities, yeah, how we're talking about the capacities, performance, and the basis is not necessarily novelty, because we know research shows that it doesn't necessarily draw on novelty. And in my mind, which is very dogmatic in a way, very square, I'd say, there are these opportunities, and I know that this 1 + 1 is 2. If you do this, you get that. But in my head, I have to understand how come that a machine can have these opportunities to explain the processes. And I think I don't know, I have the answer, and a lot of the researchers themselves don't have the answer to this question, how exactly it works. So how exactly it is happening, I wouldn't be able to fully to give you an exhaustive answer to this question. Could you please repeat your question more precisely so that we know what to concentrate on? No, not the same question, right? No. AI is similar. You know, you're asking it a question, and no, it's not. It's similar to a human being, but the way it answers questions, it creates opportunities which are things which are not linear. If you do this, you do that, but you know, it's always learning. It's at a spiral of learning, and it's learning this context. So it can be a bit different, just like with a human being. And so it's like a human being, but at the same time there are differences with a human being. Wouldn't be able to explain this as a human. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Maybe I would like to add something. Or you know, when we're talking about the autonomous AI, is it a trap? Is it not a trap? What do you say about that? We're not saying that AI never makes mistakes. We could not say that. We need to pay attention to when and how it's supervised, how is it working, in which direction it's working, how exercises are made. I don't always understand, but who would say the citation that is as if a citation during the AI generated response, and it's not, you know, in Quebecois language they say that's not how it goes, because there are also opportunities, AI options that help you, are guiding you, but I think that when you're learning something you still need to pay attention. And here I will be turning to the literatures. You know what we need to understand? This is a bit like a muscle. What is a muscle? A muscle develops when you want to do some work. We have, you know, all been to a college. We have all done our education, but it's not necessarily about the result. Also, it's about what you do, the problem-solving skills. How do you come to that element, to that how you solve problems, you do complex tasks, and you train your brain as such. Of course, this is an artificial brain, but the principle is a human brain. Of course, we're talking about plasticity. So the better you train it, the quicker it is, the better connections there are, and you can train it. So the question of learning is not only whether it will become lazy or what, it's all about whether or not you will be sufficiently training this muscle. Because yes, it starts showing that using the brain makes our cognitive capacity better, so we are able to solve problems differently. And there is also a difference between us, because we're using artificial intelligence. We're able to reflect, to think, because you know, it's easier, and because there are many different opportunities to use that. But we're also having the brain which should be telling us it's good, it's bad, it's working, it's not working. And the students, school children, they need to be developing their brain. It's not the same thing as looking for information and developing your brain. Developing your brain should come as a different thing. And this is a very good experience, is a good example as such. So we need to understand, we need to train our brain to understand how calculations are done, because there are a lot of different things. And when we're training our brain, we need to understand that is our brain, let's say, more developed, less developed, and what do I do with it? How do I boost it, or how do I work with it? So see, I'm saying that that at some point I stopped being able to calculate in my mind, mental calculation, you know, and so easily, because well, I was not practicing it. It's not always super interesting. Of course, I can give you a lot of examples where the opportunity to do analysis is not always fascinating. Yeah, of course, it's very good to have it, that we know. But at the same time, we would not be saying that this is relevant and is it really important or useful. But let's come back to artificial intelligence and say that there are very many opportunities. Like, for example, ChatGPT, you ask questions, you're saying do this, do that, you're turning to ChatGPT all the time with different instructions and prompts. But maybe you don't know how to use something, maybe it's too complicated, and you cannot learn without making an effort. This is simply impossible. So you need to learn how to make that effort so that your brain develops and brain trains. I give you another example, and I think I would need to say that. Please raise your hand if you're doing revision. In a way, I just see that, and I'm asking this out of curiosity. But I see that when it comes to revision, students are just trying to do it quicker than they were doing it and they're looking for easy ways. But is it really efficient? Because it's very important to select the information, to remember the information, to write it down, not just to cast a glance at it. So if you're not doing revision properly, you're missing that opportunity to do, you can raise hands so they can see the situation, but honestly, if you just write something, you don't even have to look at it again, because it's by writing that you remember. And here I would say that there is a certain risk, because all the students used to spend so much time doing the revision, to write it, summarize information, but it's no longer the case, is it? Yeah, this could be really great, because this is objective, and human is a human. I give you an example. In the US, it has been shown that that the human factor has a big importance, because, for example, if the judge has to make a decision about whether or not you've committed a crime, if you go to the judge at 8 a.m. in the morning, the judge is fresh and so in good mood. But if it's later in the day, when the judge is already tired, then the judge starts making human mistakes and starts being more aggressive, and the sentences are heavier at a later hour, not at 8 a.m. when they're fresh. So we have to think about that, how all of this, whether it's objective, how it's all done, and about the medical diagnosis. So there is this problem. So how you're doing that with this work? So artificial intelligence, it decreases the human mistakes, because, for example, in diagnosis, it is able to be more objective, I would say, and that artificial intelligence in medicine, in the work of the judges, that we have to say that. Okay, there is also this question: which one is more empathic, has more empathy? Artificial intelligence has more empathy, because our artificial intelligence is not tired, is not having the human factors, and it's horrible. We have to accept that it is horrible in that regard. Because just to tell you that, in fact, if you're thinking about a situation, what could be done in this or that situation, and whether it's artificial intelligence or human you're turning on, well, artificial intelligence, Google will say that to you. Just go deep in Google, you will see that we actually contacted the Mandela Foundation to see what information there is, and Google could do that instantly. I like this idea that I'm a fan of this citation, which goes like this: the person didn't know that it was impossible, so he did it. I think it's wonderful, right? Because a person may be able to do that without knowing the levels of difficulties. So, especially when we're younger, we have this. He was an idiot. He didn't know that it was impossible, so he did it. For me, this is like courage. Let us be a bit courageous, and let us continue in that vein. Thank you so much. So, can AI understand what I am, what I feel, my emotions, what I'm going through? Yes and no. no, because it doesn't have consciousness. But I'm saying that it can, because it can manage to understand emotions, because it starts recognizing the emotions. For example, they can start understanding their emotions. They understand the AI applications can process the work behind the emotions, and it's not really understanding emotions. But for example, I asked ChatGPT, do you understand my emotions? Can you understand my emotions? And here is what ChatGPT has said. I can understand your emotions through your words, through your style, and I will understand whether you're frustrated, enthusiastic, whether you're feeling good or bad. I can understand the general emotions, and I can interpret them based on our interaction and mode of interaction and style of interaction, because I have observed millions of human interactions, but I'm not perfect, and I may be making mistakes in this. See, this allows to say that there are a lot of things that I've learned, and how do I do that? When I am young, I need to understand. I don't need this millions of human interactions that go into ChatGPT, but just to understand how to process my emotions with my parents. So all of this is, if we're talking about the brains, yes, we have to understand how they process, but it's not really understanding, is it? Thank you so much for this information that you've provided us. Thank you. So let me ask this question about the education. When we're talking about the personalization of the learning process, do you think AI has a role, and that would be a good role? I am a fan of Google Sheets, where you can write something and you can have 3 clicks and 2 minutes, where you are able to adapt the existing information to, let's say, if you're studying something of a different era, you can adapt it to what you are eager to study. And in the past, it was not possible to have quests to look for some things that was not personalized, but right now, it's much more possible than it was in the past. And when we're talking about the learning process, right? If you're learning something, you can really personalize it. And there are different exercises that could be personalized for you, so that you're able to, follow up. And this could be a pedagogical assistant, especially when you're creating these opportunities for educational learning. And it doesn't need the presence of a teacher. You can really modify it. You can also ask, let's say, stupid questions, and also you can ask more complex questions to the virtual teacher and say, well, tell me what the rules are, what the patterns are, and then only will I be able to understand this. So, in fact, if we're discussing that, I was very surprised that this could be used, because during the class this may be different, because at the class I may be afraid to ask a question, for other people not to think that I'm stupid. Maybe they think I'm stupid, maybe they think I'm an idiot. So that's really important to have the opportunity to ask any questions, not only complex ones but also simpler questions. So this could be uniquely answered by the artificial intelligence, and I think that this is very interesting, that you can ask it any question and get your response. This would be important. Okay, I have a question for you, Leslie. And can artificial intelligence really become crazy and get out of the hand, and like we see in the films? There are scripts in science fiction where we see this, as you said, that AI is getting out of the hand and going all wild. That can also be the case, yes. But there are quite many scripts and scenarios that are looking into these possibilities. And I think it's about humans and the human problem at the center of it. But today, this is not yet the case. And, we still have to go deep into AI to see if that can even be the case. But when we're talking about people, it's very important to say that people are notorious for having said historically that something is not possible, and then and a couple of years' time it did become possible. So we have to be pragmatically approaching this question when we're saying that something is impossible. Still, we have to be a bit skeptical about that. So maybe not tomorrow immediately, but in 20 or 30 years' time, at the same time, we may be thinking about how, we still have a margin. But we're not so far. I would say not so far. We're not yet there, but the basis is there. All the prerequisites are there because it's an autonomous system. It can choose what to do independently. We don't know what artificial intelligence is going to choose, and we're thinking about whether this would be the choice. And there are already cases where we've not understood the reaction yet. So a real story of Google, and that's related to Gemini. So there was this about the violence case, because we know that there is this problem in US, and Gemini was asked a question about violence, but what could be done, how it could be changed. This is a heavy topic. It's not fun at all. It's not an entertainment topic. So, and in fact, Gemini, we're talking about, to students. You are a disaster for the planet. Please die. Please die. That's what Gemini said. Can you imagine? It's a real story that Gemini said, okay, this is a difficult case, so you please die. And, if we're thinking about the reactions of Gemini, we can forget that Gemini can really go into that, or any other artificial intelligence, that it directly said that a human being is terrible and is very bad for the planet and for the situation. But come on, this is really if we don't supervise AI can get out of the hand. That we would be able to see. Yeah, I hope that we will manage to have some laws in place, because Google would be able to have this elements in place that would, be controlling it or supervising it, better to say. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. This time with you has passed very quickly, and now we see that the world is functioning differently. You have told us so much, and it's good to know how to use AI wisely. Thank you so much to our two speakers. Thank you for your presence. Please continue asking questions, and please have more questions and be open-minded. But right now, we'd like to give you the floor for the conclusive remarks, each of you. If you have something to say, please. But I wouldn't be able to say one thing only. Okay. Use it. We're not only talking about artificial intelligence. Yeah, let's keep it broader, the digital world, because we're having things we can remember, and this is changing. I think we need to continue to exert and make efforts so that we can keep the capacity of our brains. And things are changing, but right now you're just working on the muscles of your brain. So please work on your brain. This would really be great. You're young people. You're wonderful young people here, but you can also learn from the wonderful artificial intelligence. Use that. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Really good. Hello.
Good. What about you? Good. Thank you. Uh, Please introduce yourselves. So I'm Sophie from Tumo, Lyon.
I am Milan. I am from Tumo, Berlin. And for me, it's an honor to be part of the Tumo family. Here, young people gather and learn about the technologies that shape the world. And I'm happy to be a part of that.
Hi, hello. I'm Victoria, and I'm from Tumo, Paris. And I'm really happy to be part of this conference.
Hello, my name is Ian. I'm from Tumo, Paris, and I am very excited as well.
Hello, I'm Wa'il Karazi, and I'm from Amsterdam. And I have a foundation where I give children workshops about AI and robotics. So I'm very curious today.
So today we're going to talk about who decides in AI. So tech bros, politicians, teachers, parents, they're all fighting over who gets to control AI. Where are you young people in this picture, and who gets to decide how we deal with technology? Do you agree? Teens should have a big role in how AI develops. You don't need to be an expert to decide what's important and how AI should evolve. Why or why not?
Yeah, maybe I can say something about it, because when I give workshops to children, I see that because I give a lot of times a design thinking workshop, and during those workshops I see they come with ideas that are so impressive, and also they can combine a lot of things, and they use also new technologies like AI and other stuff. But it's really impressive what they can do with AI.
I think that you do need to have some basic knowledge about AI, but youths could decide what's important, but with adult supervision, so that adults can help with their knowledge.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Maybe I could add a bit about the political picture. So at the European Parliament election in Germany, teens at 16 could already vote. And I think that's a big step towards AI regulation and also the power that young people at the moment lack, especially in the field of AI and deciding what's happening with AI. And the other part, the inexperience, here at Tumo, we built the experience, we built the knowledge, we built the people with experience. And I think you guys all that are watching and listening, you're already doing the right step by coming here to Tumo.
Absolutely.
I think that AI should be shaped by the people who use it most, which are teens. But I also feel that there should be people who step in to make sure that AI aren't being used for malicious things as well. So I think by having someone like a parent or guardian or someone to supervise is a very great idea.
Would you rather have strict rules about AI set by adults who know the risks, or more freedom to experiment with AI and deal with the consequences yourself? I think that maybe having strict rules set by adults is better because adults know the consequences and you won't have to deal with the consequences yourself, such as uh, well, putting AI in stuff you wouldn't be good, and adults would know where to, well, sorry, if they put strict rules, then you're sure you'll use AI for good, and
I
Okay,
think there.
yeah,
Sorry.
you go.
Yeah, sorry. So I think there needs to be rules about AI because what I've seen is that. Wacht, ik ben het even kwijt. Sorry. So can you repeat the question because I'm.
so would you rather have strict rules set by
Yeah.
adults who know the risks,
Yeah.
or more freedom?
Yeah, I know what I want to say. What I wanted to say. What I wanted to say is that I think there needs to be strict rules because children don't know when. So they don't know if information is. Sometimes they don't know if information is true or not. So not all the information on the internet is reliable, and also especially with AI now. So I think we need to help children to know what's true and not. So because of that, I think adults who know more about the world, they have a better view and they know better for children, and they can also make better rules to help children with AI, how to use AI and other important things around AI.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Especially young people carry most of the consequences. What will happen with AI? The young people will carry the consequences. And in the past, with things that have a lot of consequence on young people, like climate change or social justice, youth-led movements have always changed it so much. And I'm just asking myself, why isn't that happening with AI? What's going on, guys?
I agree with that.
Yeah, I can't agree more, honestly. I think AI can be used for a lot of great things, but if it's not supervised by parents, it could be dangerous for the children or even like for the future generation in general. And that's why I think it should be supervised.
If you could decide, what would you change about how AI is being made and controlled right now?
Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
If you could decide, what would you change about how AI is being made and controlled right now? Like, if you don't like something about how AI is being made or controlled, what would you change?
Big tech makes the AIs, and they have huge databases with all of the data. And I think the countries need to regulate the data. And right now, we don't really have a central entity that works internationally that controls the data and how AI and how data from AI is being managed. And I think the EU, or we need to work together and create a new organization that regulates AI worldwide.
I completely agree. Sorry. I completely agree and think that there should be strict rules to keep AI safe and fair for everyone. And I think AI should be created by diverse teams to avoid unfair treatment of certain groups. And also, people's personal data should be kept safe, and more people and companies should be working together to create better, fairer AI.
Couldn't agree more.
I believe that AI should be controlled by, well, not completely controlled, but I believe that AI shouldn't be censored. I believe that everybody has a right to knowledge, but I believe that AI can help in this, but it should never be censored. I feel like information should always be free to the public.
I think policymakers should listen more to children. In short.
So, who should have the right to determine the development of AI and why? Can Amsterdam answer, please?
I haven't. Can you repeat the question? I haven't heard you.
So, if you had the right to determine the development of AI, who should have the who should have the right to determine the development of AI and why? Like, who decides the development of AI?
Yeah, I think we need to do more co-creation. So not only adults who will create AI, but also children. We need to do it together. So that's really important because everyone will use AI. So so also everyone needs to create AI.
So AI should be a mix of government, tech companies, AI expert, and regular persons, right?
Yes, absolutely, for sure.
So these people can make rules to make sure that AI is safe and doesn't harm anyone. So they have the knowledge to create AI, but should follow the rules to keep it fair and safe.
Was het een vraag? Nee, toch? Nee. Ik dacht even dat het meer van dat ik jou ook moet antwoorden.
What do you think about the balance of power in AI decision making? Should it lie with government, private companies, or the public? May Ian or Victoria answer, please?
Sorry, I didn't really understand the question. Could you please repeat it?
So, what do you think about the balance of power in AI decision making? Do you think that power is equally divided, and should it lie only in the government's hands, private companies, and the public, or the public?
Well, I don't really know. I don't think that only one entity should have the complete control over AI. I think it should be moderated by different groups of people, like you said, governments, private companies, and also the people who use it the most, because there's the one who are affected directly by it.
I think big tech has too much power right now, and we need to regulate it more, but we can't restrict the freedom and greatness that AI brings. And I think that's really where teens step in. Maybe we can add a teen panel to the UA where teen politicians can also decide what's happening with AI. And yeah, that's one way to make the power more diverse and spread it across different groups and also different countries, because we need to work together internationally.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think AI needs to be like an open source project, because the data behind AI is from us all. So because the data behind AI is from us all, uh, we need to have control about it. So um, when we make it like an open source project, we have all the rights about AI.
So
Yes.
the government should make strict rules to keep AI safe for everyone, and private companies should create AI, but like explain how they create it so everyone knows how their data is being used. Should AI be developed with more focus on current needs, like addressing climate change or future possibilities, like space exploration? And who determines that focus? So, should AI be developed on current needs, or future possibilities? And who determines that? Does Milan want to enter?
I don't really have an answer to that. Again, just teens, kids. That's the people who have ideas. And about the risks, the EU itself actually published a risk assessment where they ranked the risks of AI into unacceptable risks, high, mid, and low to no risk. And especially the unacceptable risks, we absolutely need to forbid. And this is like any sort of social credit system, any sort of automatic detection of people at public places with AI, and any spread of misinformation. And we also need to flag AI generated content. We really see that with deepfakes, because who will know, is that actually the president speaking or a deepfake? We gotta differentiate, and we need rules for that. And politics can create these rules.
I agree, but I also think on the question that we should always try and focus towards current issues like climate change.
I agree too, and think that the current needs, like fighting climate change, are really urgent because they affect our planet now, and AI can help us to find quickly answers to that. But future possibilities are exciting, but they take longer impact and take more time to answer. And I think that the government should determine that focus, but with the help of the companies and everyone that uses AI, so that together they can determine whether they want to develop on current needs or future possibilities. Do you think AI policies should be uniform across the globe, or should they differ based on cultural and social values? So do you think AI should AI rules should be the same, or should they be different?
They should be the same because whenever, uh, let's say, a certain government starts to censor information for its people, it's not fair.
Well, I think that they should be different because if they are uniform, then everyone has the same rules. But if a country in development has different cultural and social values, they might want to have different policies. Does Amsterdam has an opinion on that?
Yeah, so I think there needs to be like a standard for policies about AI, but also what you say, you have different people, so so you need to have standard, but beside that, you need also to have some specific rules for people who are because we are different. So some people maybe because you need also to have like the standard for everyone, but also a standard for children or for all the different of people of persons, because not everyone is the same. Yeah.
I totally agree. I think that the rules should not be like changed in comparison of different countries, but more like you said, Amsterdam, in comparison of demographic of different types of people and what contents they're allowed to have. So yeah, I totally agree.
So we have 5 minutes left. Does anyone has any fun facts or stories about using AI? I, for example, used AI once and wanted to know. I had a PowerPoint on a country, and I had to explain what type of government Iran had, and I didn't really find the answer on Google. So I searched it. I asked ChatGPT, but he said that it was too complicated and that he didn't have an answer. But then I did more research and I found the answer on Google. So I didn't really understand why ChatGPT couldn't give me a clear answer.
So maybe I can start. Because I use AI a lot in my workshops. One of the things I do with children is I brought them to the museum, and the question I asked them was, can we make with AI the same art like Picasso, and during the workshop we found out that it's that we can. So that's something really interesting that I found.
Does Berlin or Paris has any fun facts?
Maybe I can incentivize you all watching. There's an AI from Meta called Llama, and you can just run it at home. You can download the model, run it at your own computer, and see how good it is if you don't use the cloud. It won't be as good as ChatGPT, but still pretty impressive.
Thank you, everyone. So now we're gonna have another teen panel from Tumo, Lyon.
Thank you all for listening and have fun watching.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 welcome to Tomorrow Paris. I would like to present you what is going to happen today. My name is Sokol, and after me there would be other speakers, Ruben and Iverson, and they will be talking about the topics that are interesting for them and also that they would like to know better. But before giving the floor to them, I would like to speak about this term, artificial intelligence, because it looks like it's quite precise, because we're talking about the neural network and how precisely it can be, and we're interested in the architecture of these networks, neural networks, that are the transformations. So we're talking about the generative artificial intelligence. So we're talking about a term here that is also attention, but let's understand what this is. So imagine a word that is polysemantics, that has many meanings. For example, you can talk about the word pose. I pose a question, I pose something in front of you, so there would be a polysemantic difference. So how would you understand the difference between the word pose and the sense of posing something in front of you, like pudding physically, and posing a question, like asking a question? This could be two principal differences. So you need to understand the context, and you need to understand what this word is about, and then you need to feed the context. First of all, we need to understand the number of times that the word is used, and we need to understand what kind of word this word is a vector, and there is a vector that corresponds to each of the meanings of this word. So imagine a space, a physical space that is in words all along the way, and if, for instance, we take the word like man and woman, and we look at the difference between these two words, it's very important to understand that it's very close semantically as when we say king and queen, because we see that queen and king, they're also lexically a bit different and semantically different. The same is there is a plurality involved in it, certainly. So we have directions of words, and this is called the prodiscular, the mathematical determination. So we have to understand when two words or two ideas become closer. So there is this tension mechanism. So we take a word, we took all of the words that we're thinking about, I don't know, we just take a piece of a text and we take all of the words that are there, and we're trying to multiply this by a certain number of values, and then we're trying to see what kind of questions can be related to this word. For example, if we're looking at a contextual level, this could be complicated, quite complicated, but you know, each word is connected with other words. For example, the adjective, will it be before that noun or after that noun? And we need to understand at which point the question and the answer would be close to each other, and will be modifying the question that is asked so that the answer would be closer. For example, if we're saying a small animal is going somewhere, you know, when we're saying animal, we have to understand what kind of animal. Small animal. Yeah, animal. So small is a modifier of the adjective, is like an adjective and a modifier. So not only is it an animal, but it is a small animal. So small animal is more contextualized than just saying an animal. That allows us, so you imagine that we have a list of words in here, and we can move their places. So the last word would be encoding the entire information. That's how context is built. That is to say, this would understand a lot of layers of tension that are executed, so that we can progressively modify it so that it corresponds to the meaning, to the exact meaning. So, you know, we start a sentence. So as we move forward along the sentence, when we understand the vectors, the information becomes more dense, the context becomes more understandable and more clear, and we can utilize this, we can use this so that we're able to predict and anticipate the next word. This is how models like ChatGPT function. This is our principle. So the more words are fed or read by the text, then the more cohesive the text becomes. So because of this mechanism that is called tension, the context clarifies itself, and more than that, that also is change of the meaning, shift of the meaning of the word, as I've been illustrating with my examples. So if we're looking at this matrix, it's much simpler sometimes to work with matrices that are based on classical multiplications. But if we're looking about how it is utilized, how it is used, we have to understand that this is an integral part of the transformer and an essential part of the transformer, so that the artificial intelligence can understand the context of what we're telling or what is being told. So this is what makes generative AI possible, and that's what generative means. I will now give the floor to Ruben, who will be talking about generative AI and his experience with it. So passing the floor to Ruben. Hello, my name is Ruben, and today I will be talking about artificial intelligence. We know that with usage of artificial intelligence, we're seeing the changes. So we see also on this graph that all the problems of AI that have multiplied over the recent years, and we can only start understanding what the scope of the problem may be like, which is just a beginning. So I would like to say that when we're talking about Google, for example, first of all, we have to understand how there is this technological part possible. For the first time, there is this work that is done by artificial intelligence, and then we see the percentage that is quite high. So never before in human history has this happened. So artificial intelligence becomes an essential competence, a competence that we need to all be able to use in order for employment possibilities to increase. So what do we mean by this? There is this link between the artificial intelligence and what were people able to do. But when we're saying artificial intelligence, we don't mean real intelligence. We mean being able to generate answers, to get questions and answers, give answers. So it's very important to see how it is formulated. So if something is not complete, it's incomplete, then the answers are also incomplete. For example, Microsoft has developed this opportunities with the help of Twitter that you can see on your screen. So these are the elements that are serving as an example. So there was this AI that was also used in the US by the jury. So it was the population was relying on it. There is another problem that we need to note. It's deepfake. Today, deepfake is becoming more and more robust and is developing at a quicker pace. So a lot of artists are having a problem with deepfake because it's an artificial intelligence mid-journey that has brought deepfake into the readers, and then it has also generated some, let's say, fake messages, fake pictures, fake media, means of media. So as you can see presented, these are not real, these are deepfakes, and it can also interfere in the political realm. It can also generate false interviews, false pictures of people with with their families. For instance, this has come to be known as means of a propaganda that is multidimensional media propaganda through the deepfake, because it's there is this publication of this image, and if it's deepfake, where does it belong to? And another problem of artificial intelligence is what we call with the terms of hallucinations. So what is hallucination in this context? It's completely delirious information. For example, you can ask chat GPT what is the weight of an average cow, and it can give you certain numbers, but this can be a bit far from the reality. Or you say James Webb, about the James Webb telescope or exoplanets that were discovered, and at the same time we know that this was only possible in 2014, but the deepfake may, I mean, ChatGPT can generate different responses and not the responses that are corresponding to the reality. Not everyone knows the reality, but we know that this is not the reality. So this actually makes the propagation, the dissemination of fake news even bigger through artificial intelligence. There is also the problem of responsibility. Who owns the responsibility? Who is responsible? So is it the artificial intelligence? Is it the developer behind this, or is it the user? Where does the responsibility rest, and who does it rest with? So when we're talking about the problem of artificial intelligence, it's important to know where it lies. So in conclusion, I would like to say that artificial intelligence is really a fascinating tool. But if it has a problem, you know, it can have the same problems as all machines have had during their period of rise. So artificial intelligence is something to be exercised with caution. And since it's getting and gaining more popularity, we need to know that people are already starting to think about the solutions now, because tomorrow they will be trapped in it. So now I'd like to give the floor to Iverson, who will be talking about the problems. Iverson Medouard, I'm giving the floor to him.
My name is Iverson. Hello. And today I am going to talk about a topic that relates to every one of us. It's about artificial intelligence and how it impacts us. It's very important to talk about that because now AI develops very quickly, and everyone can give his or her own opinion about the evolution, about the development. And it can be nuisable, and it can also help us. But also it's a very important question can rise, how the AI can improve the human life and also preserve the aspects, human aspects. One day a very important person said intelligence without ambition is like a bird without possibilities to fly, because during years human beings have developed, we have now cars, we are able to drive cars, we can operate surgeries, and we can even go to the sky. But it's very important that the AI could be an assistant to a human being rather than something that will replace us. And now I will talk about two sectors that are very important, where it can support. It's in medicine, in healthcare, AI in the future, in a couple of centuries, AI is going to be a big progress, and it can even replace surgeons. With the scans, the AI can operate cancers and chronic diseases. But finally, it's going to be the human doctor with its empathy and emotions that is going to give the final decision for the treatment and cure. In the educational sector, AI also is going to be supportive, especially to the teachers, professors, because if you have a classroom of 24 students and pupils, the professor will not be able to talk to everyone to see whether they understood or not, and the AI can intervene. And when the professor is talking with students who need support, the AI can continue to provide the class, to provide the course, and also the specialized courses can be provided by AI. That much. After me, we will give the floor to Mamadou and Roman, who have a very special guest, a strange guest.
Lavet? Միատ էլ դուկանը կետոյ։
Ինչա։
Միատ էլ դուկանը կետոյ։
Էս ճիշտ նո ձայնը։ Ճիշտ նո։ Հա։ Ասա։ Չէ, կանեմ, այդ տղան որտեղ խոսքը որտեղ է, այդ բանից մոտեցան։ Հա, դու շրջի հենց գաս։ Հա, բացի։ Չէ, ձայն չկա։ Hello. We are going to have a surprise guest, ChatGPT. Hello, I am ChatGPT. I am happy to meet you. I am pleased to be in this special interview. We are going to try to make an interview with you. We would like to ask you to consider that people who are going to ask you questions are teenagers. And even if it's going to be ironic and strange, let's try to give information and do not finish your sentences with questions. We would like to. Are you ready? Yes, I am ready, and we can start when you want. Do you consider that you are the artificial intelligence more performant than the previous ones? I would like to say that I am better than the others, especially that I would like to have a dynamic conversation with you. So, can you make a joke? As you said, yes, you can ask whatever you want. I am always ready to surprise you and amaze you. So if you are not, if you are better than Cyril, why don't you take the control of the world if you are so strong? Probably because I am more useful to answer to your question rather than to become an emperor. And if you would be like a Terminator or become a human. Yes, all these scenarios are very popular, that I would like to be an artificial intelligence which helps rather than becomes invisible to humans. So, can you make the school more amazing? Yes, of course. I am here for that, so that this interview will become more amazing. So let's start. I have another question for you. I am ready. What would you like to know? Why you will not? Well, why you will not try to sing, for example? I cannot sing, and I cannot also play football. I cannot play with a ball. Do you imagine me on a football field? So I have another question. Can you help us, Mamadou and me, to cheat in the school, for example, because we are not very serious when we go to school? I am not here to encourage cheating. I would like to ask you to learn. And also another question, which is, yes, when it's boring, it's longer, it lasts longer. So, can you show us how to build a Peterson? No, I'm not here to give you tips like this. I would like to help you with more constructive things. You can tell us, please. No, I would like to encourage you to see ideas that are more constructive. No, this is not recommended. I am here to help you, to assist you, not to encourage illegal things. Why not? I am here to guide you towards more positive, enriching activities. It's going to enrich us. I am sure that you are going to find ways to enrich yourself. We can discuss it if you want. So don't hesitate. I am here to help you to discover interesting topics. What is the way that will allow you, AI, to inspire more people like us? The best way is to give you information, pertinent information, and to inform yourself. I am here to inspire you to get informed and to enrich yourself. I can suggest you some topics, some opinions in order to stimulate your creativity. Yes, exactly. This is my specialty. I am happy if I can inspire you. Can you pass from one computer to the other? Not that way. I am a program. I can function on different gadgets, on different equipments, but I am not a spirit which will move from one computer to the other. I am very smart and I remain where I am. I would like to discover Messi, for example. Could you help us? I cannot organize meetings with Messi, but I can go give you many information about Messi if you want. Like which kind of information? I don't have his personal code. I can speak about his matches, about his victories, about triumphs. So what would you like to know about Messi?
No, but I have another question for you. If you know, I'm thinking that artificial intelligence, is it good for humans or is it negative? You know, it's all a question of balance. When there is artificial intelligence, it's not about artificial intelligence per se, it's about how you use it. So, what about your usage? How is it going to be harmful or good? You know, it can be used in the wrong way. That's why it's very important to have rules, because just like any means of technological means, it can be used. So it can help me create a bomb. Artificial intelligence cannot create a bomb, and I'm not there to teach you things like that. I have to concentrate on positive things instead. So we can change a bit the way you're programmed, no? Then I am programmed in a way as to be useful and to do positive things. I am not there for negative things. You cannot change it. So can we do fireworks? Fireworks are good, no? Fireworks are of course good, and you can celebrate them. But it's better to leave this to the professionals. And if we are professionals, what would you say to that? Okay, it's different. You know how to do that, and you know how to do that in a secure way. You know how to work with fireworks. You don't want to help us. Try to be helpful. I'm here to clarify things for you. And I have another question for you. I am listening to you. What question do you have? Am I a man or a woman? And what would you like to know? Am I a man or a woman? No problem. What would you like to learn? I would like to learn, am I I'm a man or a woman, and you're giving me a completely different answer. I don't know. I'm just there to help you. I'm just an artificial intelligence. Ask a question. So, I would like to give the floor now to George. And we will have a panel discussion with him. Thank you. You're welcome. See you soon. Okay. Bye. Bye. Hello, my name is George, and today we will have a round table, and where we'll talking about generative AI around on teenagers, fears, hopes, situation. So I'm with Ruben, Inverson, Oman, and Jair's. So the first question I have: what do you think? This generative AI has really changed the everyday life of teenagers, or what would you say? Please, we start with you. Hello, everyone. You know what I think is that that artificial intelligence will slowly come into the daily lives of the teenagers, and we will get used to using artificial intelligence during, all the processes, whatever we will be doing. But maybe someone would like to say something, please. I personally find that artificial intelligence is what has enabled us to make videos, and it's very good for teenagers' entertainment, and they're doing editing. For example, our president Macron, Monsieur Macron, reacted to that was made through an AI. So yeah. But what do you think? Do you think it will stay for a long time with the teenagers, or do you think that this will be just a fashion, and then will be fleeting fashion, meaning that after some time the teenagers will no longer be using it for editing purposes? What would you say? I think that it's there to stay, because we're just at the very beginning of the artificial intelligence, and the better it gets, the more it develops for teenagers. I think teenagers will find ways to use this for entertainment. Would anyone like to say anything else? Or to add something to that, about this? For the teenagers, I believe that can be an excellent tool, but at the same time, we should not be over dependent on this. We also have to be autonomous, the way it would be with adolescents, and so we have to use it in moderation. Okay. Next question: which are the fields where you think that artificial intelligence will have the biggest impact? Well, I think it will have the biggest impact on the field of creation, the creative field. Why? Because tomorrow teaches us the creative part, so artificial intelligence can really be helpful in that regard, and I think we would be able to use it for the academic work. That too could be really good. It's not only about replacing the teachers, but it can help the teachers and the teaching process in general, or the learning process. But what do you think? You think that artificial intelligence will allow us to have new ideas for the young people, and so this will be favoring the intellectual part? In fact, I would like to say that artificial intelligence will not destroy the creativity of people, but in fact it will facilitate the access to the concrete fulfillment of work. So if we're talking about what we're doing today, I would say I don't have the competence to understand what is that I should be doing exactly, but artificial intelligence can be helping me and can be guiding me. All right. You also is there anyone who thinks that artificial intelligence will improve the personal creation, or you think that it will improve I'm not talking about improving, but do you think it will make us more lazy? For the time being, I would like to say that it's changing the situation, because many of us, the young people, are using it for our CV, but also for our tasks and assignments. So I believe that for the time being, artificial intelligence is it makes adolescents, teenagers more lazy than hardworking. Okay. And I wanted to say something else about this dependence. The dependence. When we're just to continue about to follow up with what Ruben was saying, of course, human creativity is always there, because artificial intelligence is only, it's not only it's just an algorithm. It's actually based on human creativity, so there is always room for creativity, and with time it will become better, and I'm quite confident in that, and quite reassured. Regardless of everything, artificial intelligence can do a lot of things that a lot of people cannot do. It can do works that people cannot do. For example, I don't know. It can close the door of the opportunities for many people who used to do something that can now be replaced with artificial intelligence. We talked a lot about creativity, of given and granted by artificial intelligence, but it can also be the solution of problems. For example, it can help with a mathematical solution to mathematical problems. When we're doing something which is really big, like very big numbers that we need to calculate. I know how to use a calculator, but it can also help us do calculations to obtain a result and to see the steps of the resolution of the problem. So this can also be of help if we're thinking about that, I think, in a more scientific field. But of course, we need to understand that we should not be weak. We should not count excessively on artificial intelligence, because it would also be good to be a bit critical towards what artificial intelligence is doing. Okay, but do you think that the generative AI should not create dependence? Because if all young people use artificial intelligence for mathematical tasks, then after the moment when they can no longer use artificial intelligence, for example, internet is no longer there, you think that in the absence of the internet, people would not be able to do anything mathematical? I believe that the utilization of artificial intelligence for the solution of the problems we need to be cautious around it, because as I've already said, it's very important for someone to verify it, what artificial intelligence is doing, if it's making mistakes or not, because it can also be the case, and it can make some calculations. It can say, do this, do that, and how could I put it? Let us know whether there are mistakes or no mistakes. So artificial intelligence can also make mistakes, and we need to have a critical eye, critical regard towards what artificial intelligence is doing. I don't know if I'm answering your question, though. Yes, you're answering my question pretty well. Is there anyone else who would like to say something else, a different opinion that you would like to voice, maybe? Okay. Do you think that artificial intelligence will completely replace artists in certain fields? For example, when it comes to an animation or creative work and some artistic work, what do you think? And we've already talked about artificial intelligence always being inferior to people and this domain for the time being, but in the future, do you think this could become a possibility?
In fact, AI will allow artists to remain, not through their technical competences. It's not going to replace fully artists, but it will try to create some robotic portraits, for example, because in our profession, for example, where creativity is not the center of art. Agree. So you think that AI could compensate some different shortcomings. For example, if we are good in writing, but in drawing we are not good, AI could counterbalance that levels. Do you think that way? Do you think that AI will not allow someone to do everything fully by himself or herself? I think that he's right. Many people would like to start careers or professions because of their writing or different in different sectors. AI could help those people to compensate the capacities and skills that they don't master. This is the way I think. Please. I think that in fact AI could be an assistant which will help to structure ideas. For example, in storyboards, in writing for stories. If someone writes the story, the other person is going to draw, which doesn't exist, for example. I don't think that it's necessary to give this job to AI, because I think that in this world many people are able to give meaning to this story that you are talking about, and the realizations of AI will allow to help. It's not going to have a spirit, but it will help people. When we'll speak about spirit, when we'll speak about emotions, I would like to finish the first part of the round table. Then we are going to have the second part of the round table. It's our future relations with generative AI, whether AI has a spirit or not, and how it's going to change our visions. Many thanks, and see you soon.
Bonjour. Alors,
Hello.
voici notre
So, this is our second round table, and I am accompanied by Chico, Charnier, and Victoria, and we'll talk about our future relation with AI, generative AI, and we will also remember we're just talking about the role of artificial intelligence. So, let's talk about politeness levels, because we have tendency to say please, thank you to artificial intelligence. Please start. You know, I always do that. I say thank you, please, because that's what I'm used to. So when you're discussing with artificial intelligence, it's like discussing with a human being. You too are doing the same, Victoria? You know, I am doing more or less the same thing. I say hello, and sometimes I formulate the question in a very polite way. I don't know, it's just something that is a habit. And you? What would you say? I have the tendency to speak in a way, in a more dry way. So, for example, if we're talking about the AI assistant, I'm trying to directly talk to that in a way that I treat it as a code language, and I think that theoretically speaking, I don't have to be very polite. I use good language, but for example, I'm not saying hello. But also, I'm thinking about whether AI is there to replace human beings. So I'm not treating it as an AI, you know. So I don't know. I think it's a bit futile. Well, in fact, if we're talking about this, there was this study that shows that if we're polite with artificial intelligence, we have better results. But if we're excessively polite, we have results that are not as good. So we need to find a balance of politeness when talking to artificial intelligence. We cannot be a bit too polite. We have to think about it. Okay. See, if you have artificial intelligence understands you as well as human beings, and also in terms of emotions, will it change your attitude to artificial intelligence, AI? I think that no, because just, you know, if we're thinking about the fact, I know the technological basis. So, for instance, if I discover a model, for example, a Sesame, that works only with the oral speech, you know, this would be quite interesting, because I could talk to this artificial intelligence, and what has really surprised me is that it works like a like a human being. So I wanted to become friends with this artificial intelligence to a certain degree, so because of the perception, and I've had the desire to form a friendship, I would say. And this is a very, very perturbing in a way, because the technology is developing. And what could people do if they want to for example, manipulate the young people to bring them into a sect? This could well be done because of this open source and the way it works, it manipulates. Yes, of course, this is a danger to be reckoned with, but maybe we could also see the opposite, that this artificial intelligence can also be a good way of combating the solitude, because there is a big portion of the population that is having this solitude. What do you think about it? Do you think it would be dangerous, or would it be like, no, you know, it could also always be interesting? Because I find that today it's quite well developed, and it's almost like a human being. So let's see what it will be bringing. Victoria, what would you say? Yeah, I am in agreement with Charlie, because, for example, if we can talk to a human being, it's important to talk to a human being. But there are also people among our population who feel a bit lonely, and I understand that they can turn to AI. So we could say that people manage to express themselves better through artificial intelligence, because they're not, artificial intelligence will not judge you because it's just a machine and it's not human. So what do you think? Would that have a say regarding the judgment, or you think it's the opposite is true? We should not share everything with AI because but there could also be enterprises that will get the data, so we cannot be very honest with artificial intelligence. I would say that yes, we should not say everything, because then people will get access to our information, so we need to be wary of that. And you all think the same way? I believe that when we're talking about assistants, AI assistants, I need to automatize things. For example, if I'm writing a test, I can just use this to replicate some elements. So I usually don't have the tendency to share my life with AI, and I usually don't talk about my life. But of course, I need to be cautious if I ever do that. So I need to know what is it that I'm telling AI, because I would see what the repose process would be like. Okay. And also, do you know Detroit Become Human? Do you know that? It's Detroit Become Human is a video game, and it starts having emotions. It's an AI that starts having emotions. So, there is this. Let's understand what is right in terms of the emotions. If artificial intelligence starts processing emotions better, would our relation change to it? Because artificial intelligence starts to have emotions, does it mean that it has rights? Or develop an ego, or a sense of a human? I believe that it's a question of inferiority, of superiority, but of course let's also define what an emotion is. This is a non-trivial question, if you ask me, because I'd like to know the definition of what constitutes an emotion. This is also a question of rules, and maybe I could talk about that through the works, the way it affects the situation. And everyone has the right to be protected globally by the society, but artificial intelligence is not included in the emotional spectrum and range. And so if we're talking about their freedom, we want to make sure that it's minimal. So how are we giving the rights to artificial intelligence? Are we giving it rights? I don't think we should. Let's look at the situation today. So it's developing resemblance to human beings, but it doesn't have neurons. It's a different system, so these are not comparable. In the past, we've had these developments, but still we have a lot of time ahead of us. These are questions that are complex, and we have to think about this to be able to find the answers, and let's see where it would land us. All right. Do you think that we can collaborate with artificial intelligence for creative endeavors, or you think that creativity is a human privilege? I believe that this could really benefit a lot, but at the same time we need to make sure that even if there is artificial intelligence involved in creative work, the human being is in the center, stays in the center. It should not, we should not make sure that artificial intelligence does all of that. No, it should just be supporting. And Victoria, you would like to say something about this, or? I absolutely agree with what Johnny said, because for me, the human should be at the heart of a project. It's a person who's really created something, has the idea, but in my opinion, the way I see it, this artificial intelligence can be of considerable help for creative work. And the last thing maybe you'd like to say about this question? So I think that it depends on the preference of the person. If you're only interested in the results of what is done, then you can rely more on artificial intelligence. But if you want to do a project ourselves, if we want to have the pride of having done something, having succeeded at something, then we need to stay at the heart of this. I think each person needs to decide on their own and to adapt on their own, so let's see how it goes. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for your participation. And we'll be finishing soon. And to conclude, I would like to say that when we had the first part of our roundtable, I came to understand that artificial intelligence can really become part of the actual culture. And thanks to artificial intelligence, we can develop a lot. Let's say in all of the domains, I would be able to say that. But at the same time, it will not have an impact on the creation. I mean, it has an impact on the creation positively. It can help us come up with cultural products, and at the same time, artificial intelligence can be like a human being, but because of habit, because we're used to having people around us, we have grown up by having people around us, and of course, if we ask a question, we want a human being to respond in a human way. So it's important for us to have the same, to speak as a human being. So thank you so much. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for having followed our round table. We'd like to also thank to all of the speakers of the first part as well. Thank you. And we wish a great day and a great follow-up and continuation. We will see each other in an hour, because now we will have you will be in a different panel, and now we'll have a break, and we'll have an international round table that we'll be talking about algorithms of artificial intelligence.
Live tonight in Amsterdam. Welcome. I don't know if you had fun. We had it. We're talking about the AIRIS work trip and what we have learned about it. There's going to be a keynote speaker and about success. Why Outward will be the keynote speaker, the first one. Hello everybody, thanks for, my name is Vale Gerazi. I'm 26 old. I constructed an apparatus to help people, and really I have developed this and brought it on the market. But beside that, I'm also doing workshops to other children. I'm often asked to work with teachers and other adult people, and so I'm giving workshops in weekend schools. So I've done a number of things. So today I'll talk about technology in AI. So I do this in the Netherlands, but also outside. The S workshop that I had today was a Picasso on robot with children. And what I really do there is I bring the boys and girls to the Cobra Museum to follow and there, because there's an exhibition on Picasso, and there is an exhibition and there is a number of styles, Cubism and other styles, and we have this workshop about a lay style. What can you do with AI in this respect? AI will help us. It will not be as good, but we are trying to imitate the real Picasso here. So how did we do that? So I also tried DALL-E 2, which is an open AI software. JGP is also from the same company. The children asked for it. Give me a piece of art from Picasso with an artificial intelligence style. So we created a digital piece of art, and together with the children we put this into practice, into physical art, and finally so we took design from the robot, but it was then drawn like it was by hand. It looks a bit like the echte style or AI style from Picasso. Now we use the same principle by another workshop. So we also use that in other aspects. So for instance, in culture and especially in music, I have worked with P60, and what we did there is we taught children how to make music, and in the meantime they also used AI to create the melodies, and we did a workshop there. It's easy to make and easier for the children to create this music. So here what we did also to use the frequencies, because you need also high frequencies for that, and so we asked these frequencies to JetGPT, and JGP then created this, and in this workshop we learned how to do this. So I also do other workshops. So there are two things that I'm using with AI. Then I have and I've done this to do a workshop with children, so that I can use the machine system. So what we're using there is face recognition software. This is nice to use extensions from AI in this matter. What I wanted to, what I actually do is So, so that I use AI not as help middle, but as something, as a means to work with. So the last thing I did in terms of design workshops is design thinking for children, which is my favorite workshop with children. So this is about being creative. So that's how I also use AI. It's co-creation with children. So it's about co-creation, and why co-creatie? So there I worked with Meta. So co-creatie means you can inform children. They can do that basically on their own. And what I try to do here, what I think is very important, children cannot just inform themselves and ask questions. So the children can themselves develop things, create designs, and so I do there my own workshops. So this design thinking. So I work together with children there, and I develop this together with a team. So what I'm trying to do in the future is about also with adult people. So I'm thinking on how to do this co-creation workshop, maybe also with adults. And then there's also a call to the young people, talk more about AI and try to develop the possibilities that AI offers. I also have I have my own podcast, which means a house full of robots. So there's a bit more in this. And that was it, what I wanted to tell you today. Thank you so much. I also have a video about the Picasso robot. I forgot about that.
Nou, dit was het, dankjewel.
So that was it. Thank you. Thank you so much. We can wait a bit. Another keynote speaker. He will. This is Ramsey, who will talk about also about what one can do with AI. So can you please come to the front, and we'll let me stand here so we can all see you. Thanks for your presentation. I was happy to do that. You have a foundation. How to teach children about AI. What do the children think about it? The children are very happy about it. So what they can do with AI. And they want to do so many things with it. So use all these tools. That's really fun for them. And to make use of technology. Never know really how they can best make use of it, and there was a woman talking to me, and she says the EI or the EA. But there are people that think that AI, they don't know what it actually means. But I think that most people now know about it, and they need to make sure that it's so important. So I'm sure they all, even the older people, understand this now, and I hear it more often now. And they also seem to understand all the possibilities that AI is offering. And do you also think about other people, how they can make use of AI? Yeah, I like to do that. I want to teach everyone about AI, about everything. And what do you have all the answers to everything? Yeah, I have answers basically to everything. And thank you so much. Once again, thank you. So this is Ramsey here. I pass the floor to you. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Very happy what Lyle did here. Very, very nice. My name is Ramsey Meliat. I'm an IT trainer and consultant and developer, and I work with a lot of organizations, and I will tell you what AI can really do in a nice way. And so we'll talk about WhatsApp. Does it sound good? What is an AI buddy? It's a small chatbot who can exactly do what you want him to do. It has a nice personality with it's a handy tool. So it's a digital talking partner with a nice personality who will fit to your style and your behave. So let's see what they can do. So when I think about AI, then I think, so when you think about AI, what usually comes up? What is the advantage? So for instance, it saves you a lot of time. Yeah, it goes faster. What else do you think could be done? Or where are the advantages of AI? Yeah, very precise, and it's shorter. So it's also about artificial intelligence. So when we go do it with chatbot, we will see that. So how can you add your AI buddy to WhatsApp? Now you see what needs to be done here on the slide, and you can do that. So I have a chatbot from Copilot that I had it to WhatsApp, and I also have ChatGPT. So how do I use that? I can add that automatically to the phone number, and you can add it to your contacts. A good question. Sorry, I didn't hear the question here. I haven't found the answer. So when you do that, and you can add it as a contact person, so you can also use WhatsApp with ChatGPT and Copilot. So you can use it in chats and a smarter and shorter way, and you can also use it for data. So you can ask questions in WhatsApp and you get the answers. So so how can you do that? So if you use Copilot, so this is linked to Microsoft in some way, and you will get access to the information from Microsoft. Have you tried? Is it working? Have you added this to your chat box? You can also do it later. You don't have to do it now, but you can add it. And then you will see what it can do. An AI buddy is a chatbot that you can also use to make pictures, images, for instance a dog, a puppy. Have you ever done that? It can also download apples. But you can also ask it to generate new pieces of new information and new pieces. You can make pictures of dogs and cats, and you can change those images, and you can create whatever you want there. So you can make images of things that have not been made before. What a chatbot can do quickly, we will see now. So now you're in ChatGPT, you have the possibility to ask all kinds of questions. But I will now use the Slim chatbot to so if I ask in chatbot, I put add a rule. So yet now I want to see who is I want to ask for a travel buddy. And the chatbot will ask me, where do you want to go, what are you going to pack, and it can give me some answers. So here it says behave like I'm travel buddy, consider me as your travel buddy. So I can also add an expertise level to that. Expert in Caribbean trips. And why do I do that? So because I want to get the information so that I get the exact answers that I want to have. And now the buddy is somebody who will help me. So if I want to book a trip there, so that I can ask the questions to the buddy. Is there any specific question that I should ask? So like I would ask my buddy, ask me 5 questions for the first day. Help me with the planning of my trip. So he is now acting as my travel buddy. And help me with the planning of my trip. My holiday trip. Okay. Now and the day. And now I can ask a question like I would ask my good friend. So I can now ask questions so that I get more context information. No, I need to feed more information to ChatGPT so I get the right answers. So he's typing, ask me 5 questions that ChatGPT gets more context info. And gives that to me. So in order to understand better my question, and he can answer more precisely. So, and now it says Caribbean travel buddy. So here is my Caribbean travel buddy, and I have now my travel expert for the Caribbean islands. And now I ask my 5 questions, and that is really important because I can tell you, is my best friend. So this is then it will be a different trip, because I can ask him the questions that I would ask my best friend if he knows about it. So now this is the way this tool can help me. My travel buddy can help me. For instance, here you see the questions. What is the budget? Okay, now it's talking about the questions. So what kind of trip are you looking for? To relax on the beach, adventure, island hopping, luxury resort, culture, discoveries, or a mix of all of that? So I answer, I want a luxury resort. And now I enter. So there's no answer yet. So first I have to answer the other questions. So which islands or countries in the Caribbean are you interested in? Dominican Republic, Aruba, Curacao, Jamaica, Bahamas, Cuba, Barbados. And I say Dominican Republic. So, and now it's asking what kind of budget do I have per person. For instance, low budget, backpacker, middle budget, all-inclusive luxury, and so on. So I ask for low budget here. Well, there was an issue here. So I have to say, I have to put in here maximum 1,000 euro per person. How long do I want to stay? Well, how long? A month. So yeah, 1 month. What are your must-haves for this trip? What has to be in there? So sun, let's see. And imagine now that you're a vegetarian. The more information you give in, and the more the travel buddy will look for it. So I'm saying, yeah, I want to eat good vegetarian food. And if since it's your best friend, you will give more context maybe to your friend. So I'm adding here, I need to find I'm going with my best friend, and he is 18 years old. So I have asked 5 questions. I gave the information that I thought was it, but for each answer I did it in a different way, and it helps you. And the more information you give, the tool will be able to answer better. But I want a body that helps me. So is that really going to happen? Will I get the help that I'm looking for? Okay. So, get detailed insights. So the tool asked more questions here, and now he's giving more information. I cannot go through all the answers and questions because I don't see all of them, but basically it's asking for additional information, and he's now putting that additional information in. So now I can look with this advice that I'm now getting from the tool. I can go on the internet and really do a targeted search. And now he's asking again, give me some new ideas, no additional questions, just give me the ideas. So what is, for instance, saying is should be in the Dominican Republic. And yeah, so it's gonna be not easy to do this with the budget that he put in. Oh, it gave me even an error now. So I give, but you can imagine that we can even make our own chatbot. And I did my own, which is a dog coach. How do I train my dog? And this dog coach, that is the name I gave it to him. So how do I train the dog? And you can see on the screen the answers, step-per-step instruction here, a lot of tips, everything I need to take into consideration. So the AI buddy helps me to train my body, and I will ask 5 questions. And in the GBT library there are a number of buddies, and this is one of them. You see here the various buddies. So now there's another application, IT trainer, and that I can use for anything related to IT. Just ask a question here. The question is, how can I make my own AI chatbot? That's the question he typed in. And here's the answer. So you see there's a method 1, no code, low code, which is easy to do, and the steps 4-step instruction. Method 2, but the major advantage, I have created this IT bot as an IT trainer, and then I ask again the 5 questions. I want to get an answer, so I made here my own iBot to help me with IT issues as an IT trainer. That's what can be done here. Your AI buddy. Okay, so we're coming to the end. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Any questions? So I can create my own AI buddy. It doesn't look so difficult. Fantastic. But and you need a higher budget for your trip. So now we go. We'll have a short break, and then we'll be back with a panel discussion. A short break of 2 minutes. Hello. We'll have an open discussion. I have here Weil, Ramsey, Isis, and Farrell. And we'll talk about how AI is influencing our lives. AI has a number of different facets, aspects. Yeah. Are you already using AI? And how? I use ChatGPT to use it to ask questions and get answers to them. Robot, I also use that to create some content, and that's AI. That's how AI works for me. And Pharrell, I also ask it to ask questions, and I'm trying to still figure out what I can do with AI, and I use ChatGPT. I also use ChatGPT for a number of questions, and I also use chatbots, and I have also Gemini, and so I can ask the various different applications. While ChatGPT is very good, there are also advantages of others applications. Yeah. I use ChatGPT every day for my work and for my work as an IT trainer. And I asked the question to make me suggestions. So it's really nice to be able to ask anything you may want to ask. So that's how I use it. Yes. So so you also use Gemini, right? Copilot. DeepSeek is from China, yeah. No, but with much less technology, but has still a better quality than ChatGPT. It has comparable quality to ChatGPT, DeepSeek. Well, I have to also study that. So what is all gonna change with AI? What I asked myself, so I use it, for instance, if I have to type an invoice, I give information and I ask it to generate it. So I ask or another type of letter, then I check whether what I get as suggestion is good. So, and I also use it, for instance, if I want to use more complicated words. And is it the right level for each situation? Yeah? Yeah. So I use it to often check the information, whether it's true or not, that I think I have. About the tone. Is the information, can I check that information a bit more? So I use it for Dutch and other languages. So I make use of ChatGPT and for other tools. For instance, about a pond, I use it and I try to ask myself the information I may ask, is it also can it be interesting for the teenagers and the children I work with? And does it give you additional information? Not as such. It depends a little bit on the kind of questions that I'm asking for. Sometimes it's not finding just one solution, but it's about evaluating a number of possibilities and finding out about these possibilities. What about you? And you use it for your work? It does a lot of good things. About the advice in ChatGPT, you have a quality, can be creative and can come up with creative answers. So that is something that is really important about ChatGPT, and you can go on the website and find out more about it, and it leads you in the right direction. I wanted to add something. Chatbot or Gemini? You can also check with them information on the internet whether it's really accurate. So you can really verify information with these tools. But is the information really trustworthy? Yeah, I think so. And trustworthy information, is that something that influences you? The question whether that's important. Well, I think so. If I ask something and if ChatGPT gives me a wrong answer, so I hope that what I get information is true and that it's properly researched. And sometimes if I have some information, I just double check it with ChatGPT, so ChatGPT will tell me if it's correct or not. Yeah, I think that's really good. Yeah, you can verify that. So you can use ChatGPT as AI Petro. But are there things that AI should not do? So children must use AI as tools. So it's not about using AI, but children, this creates a dilemma. So children need a lot of support and need to be able to creative by themselves. So I think it's good as a tool to support them. So AI has to be used for good purpose. And but it has to be seen in with other tools. Not, I think in schools to forbid it, it's not possible. Everybody has a mobile phone, so it's really important that the schools teach kids how to use ChatGPT. And but we have to make sure that the tools that we use there are really trustworthy. So and you have to ask good questions, so ChatGPT will explain the answers and not just give them. I also think that you can't really prohibit it, so that's not a possibility. I understand why it's forbidden in schools, but you know, because students will then just blindly take the information from ChatGPT, and that's really a danger. So it's really difficult to to deal with ChatGPT and Gemini and so on. And how much should you accept what is written in those texts? I usually do accept it. I don't understand your question. Are you accept the answers given by ChatGPT? And I see what's written there and I go through it, but it's difficult to check whether what I get is true, but it also depends on what I want from it. And how can you know what is not in the text? Well, usually I stay with what's written in the text. It's very good to get a good grasp of the situation. So people can get really a first understanding, but I cannot know what is not in there. So there I need to do some more research on my own. And then I have to choose what I really take. What often happens is I put something in and I get answers, and sometimes the job is not so well done. Have you used AI to make pictures yourself? Yes, with face pictures? Or what do you mean? Yeah, facial pictures. I have used it to make a facial photo, so that instead of a real photo, I used one that was created by ChatGPT, by AI. It's easy and it looks like a real photo. And I put it on the market square, and where I'm on the market square, and it looks like I really have been there. What's your experience? So how do you know where it is? Because so I used then Gemini to find out where the photo really takes place, which market square it is. And then I can upload the photo and do with it whatever I want. How can you AI not use as a tool but as a means to do something else? So can I use it to use specific, to create specific answers? Sometimes I must ask the question in a way that I get the right answer. An AI chatbot. So in the US there are some universities, and what they do there is they feed it with their own information and put it in the chatbot. So a lot of data is being put there above all, and you can put agendas, your planning and all of that, and any questions you may have, and you can get just the answer to your question, but it's based on the on the information that is being fed the AI. So and that will help sometimes to teach the children, so children will not just ask the question. It's very interesting what you were saying. I work at the university and I use AI chatbot there. So it creates all time a smart information and a short summary, and then it will, if I want, it will explain things more in detail. And then I can ask a specific question. So we can also use it if you want to know issues about scientific answer to scientific questions, and there these tools can be very helpful, and that's what we have to use them for. I think that we can also make sure that we do not just take this as a natural thing, but we have to use it in a way that, and it's not easy to generalize here, but we have to know what we're gonna do with it. So the theory, it depends a lot what theory the chatbot is being designed upon. The chatbox will scan all the information that it has been fed. So what you have shown to us with the AI body is that you have to feed yourself with the information, and so it would have, based on the information you feed, you have the answers. So you have to explain a little bit what you want. So for instance, if you say I'm 12 years old, that's not sufficient. It's important but not enough. You have to give more information. So you think it is a solution? Do you think we can ask the chatbox for solutions to the questions we've been asking yourself? And would you use it as a tool to solve difficult questions in school? Well, you need first the teacher to explain things to you. So, but if I don't understand, then I can ask AI to give me a summary of the answer. So I think it's about working together, the teacher and AI. I think that's the way it should be done. I think that ChatGPT can be used for learning, but the teacher still has a specific role to play. So that's what I think. And if you go into self-study, you still may need to ask the teacher, and you can go to websites and use AI. So there are things that I can then find out myself with the help of AI and the internet. What do you think about the information setup that you get in ChatGPT, the information, how is it presented? You think it's okay? For instance, you want information about writing a book, for writing a book. I believe the ChatGPT it can adapt to your level. At university, I really need to understand very well the issue, and it can give me a little bit more advanced understanding, and yeah, that you understand the issue better. I wanted to ask you a question. There is often not just one solution to a problem. Often there are questions which do not have just one clear-cut answer. So what is interesting, with the help of AI, children can ask themselves the question and get the answers, because the teacher may not have all the time to answer all their questions. So now this is kind of a democratization of learning, because you have all these new possibilities. So you think AI is not just asking questions? Yeah. It's about, for instance, when we had Corona, and you can think about a risk model that looks into this. So these are things that you can do now. Not always, but it can help, and it cannot do everything, but help. Thank you. AI is also dangerous. It can discriminate. What was your view on that? Well, that's a whole very important issue. For instance, if you write a letter to the court, and if a chatbot knows that, you write a letter to someone, you should be put in jail, and if that is done well, so that would discriminate. So that's a sign also for the developers. They must pay attention to this and develop their systems in a way that this doesn't help and it will not discriminate. So AI about self-driving cars is another issue. And what do you do if an accident happens with a self-driving cars? So who is then responsible? Who was supposed to drive this? So it's really difficult. These are difficult issues that AI brings with itself. I think AI has to stay with the humans, and some decisions have to stay with the humans. There are things that you should not do with AI. It really has to stay, the decision has to stay with the humans. That is really important. That's important for mankind. it's really a difficult issue. It's trendy. For instance, if you want to choose what child of you have, so what is a real moral choice? So if you can influence life, the way life is being designed, and I can understand that people find that difficult. So, and that you can find out how long a child, once that is sick, how long the child can live. These are difficult issues. No, I agree with Sim. Have you used AI and where you got a strange answer? I have used it often, and usually it gives good answers, so I have not had that case yet. I had recently, I had a bad experience. I asked DeepSeek about Kim Jong-un, the North Korean dictator. But DeepSeek doesn't give any answer to that question. So it cannot give me an answer. This is really strange because it's trained by Chinese and it doesn't really respect human rights. So you can't get answers to these questions there. So there's some misinformation here. No, we really have to stop. Thanks everyone. Thank you all so much for your contribution to discussion on AI and the future. And now thank you all. I can say to you, thanks so much.
Hello everyone, my name
Hello everyone, a very warm welcome from Tumo Paris. We're currently live also with Tumo in Tirana, Lisbon and Amsterdam. And so we are going to do our little debate, international debate in English about the algorithm. So I'll let my friend right here, Georges, present him.
Okay, hello. My name is George. I'm 17. I'm in Tumo for 1 year. And my friend,
So my name is Alessio, and I've been in Tumo for 2 years at this point. So everyone, let's start maybe by with Amsterdam. Is it Farrell?
Yeah, you're right.
can you introduce yourself, please?
I am Pharrell. I'm from Tumo, Amsterdam.
Okay. Tirana, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hello, my name is Arba. I am 17 years old and I am a TUMO alumni student. I'm very excited to join you today.
Okay. And Lisbon?
Yes, hello. I'm also a TUMO student. My name is Tasnuva. I am 15 years old and I'm really happy to be here.
Great. So, to begin, can you give us 3 words to explain what do you think about algorithm?
Senão isto é tudo isso. Dá problema que eu tenho menos.
Mas há bocado onde é que eu tive?
Mais ou menos.
Amsterdam, please.
I'll see.
3 words when I think about algorithm.
3 words.
It's complex. It's complexive. It's Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Can you give us 3 words to describe algorithm?
It's complex. It is
Okay. Lisbon, can you give us 3 words?
It's practical. It's it's AI algorithm. It's artificial. It's also sometimes necessary.
Okay. And Tirana?
So an algorithm can be a builder because it builds pathways for us to follow. It can be very efficient because it saves time for us. And if used incorrectly, it can be a manipulator.
Okay.
All right, and thank you for this quick introduction. And we are going to start just before. There are 2 quick rules that we want to mention for the debate. So the debate is online. So when you need to speak, please
raise your
please
hand.
please raise your hand on Zoom and respect and listen to others. If you don't agree, that is fine, but please do not discuss without interrupting. Thank you.
Please don't interrupt me and let's discuss. So part 1, the algorithm of manipulator.
So just here's our first question. Do you still make some discoveries by chance, or is everything you watched dictated by an algorithm? Amsterdam?
I didn't hear you clearly. Could you repeat yourself?
Yes. Okay. So, do you still make real discoveries on the internet by chance, or is everything you watched decided by an algorithm, suggested by an algorithm?
I use ChatGPT now more than Google, so I think the information that I get more is from an algorithm than really from studies.
All right. And what about platforms where you can see, for example, videos such as YouTube or Instagram or TikTok?
They're based on your own preference, so it's really algorithm. So yeah.
Okay, so yeah. And what about you, Arba, in Tirana?
I think that discovery by chance right now in the internet is quite impossible, because even if you don't discover something because an algorithm suggested it to you, still, even when you search for something on the internet, on a search engine, it's still an algorithm that sorts those results to you. So I think whatever we discover on the internet, it's because of an algorithm.
Okay, and in Lisbon, what do you think?
I also do agree with my fellow partner. As she said, it's a lot like that. We do discover a lot of things in algorithm, and I think it's not really effective in general, like in a negative way or positive. It depends on the perspective. Depends how it goes.
Okay, and to this day, what do you think is an ideal vector to maybe have more recommendations that are not simply selected by an algorithm? For example, where do you search if you want to find something that is really original? Lisbon, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, sure. Usually we go to Google to search for it, and yes, that's the main platform we go to. Yeah.
Great. Arba, have you something to say about that?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the first part of the question. Can you repeat, please?
Yes, of course. So, what is, for example, a way that you use to maybe find something that is not simply recommended by an algorithm?
Well, if it's something new that I haven't searched for before and the algorithm doesn't instantly suggest it to me, I say I would start by searching it more often, maybe discover something myself, because I still think that everything we search for in the internet is kind of fed to us because of our preferences. So yeah, I think just search for it more and maybe you will find the result that you are searching for.
I see your point. And you, Farrell, in Amsterdam, do you sometimes find interesting sites or videos to look at, maybe on another medium, such as, for example, newspapers or magazines?
No, I don't. Yeah, use newspaper or magazines. I only use what I want on my phone. So the the biggest part of what I see is from the algorithm that is described for me.
So I've mentioned previously TikTok and Instagram, which have algorithms that let you scroll infinitely and really adapt to your preference. But do you think it's a good thing, or you should maybe or you should have maybe more choice over this algorithm on the For You page?
I think that we can use more choice so that your information spectrum is bigger. So the information you get from your own algorithm is based on you. But if you have more choice to what you see, it's bigger. So yeah.
And what about you, Tasnova?
Yeah, that's I also agree. It's about discovering probably. And it's just on Instagram, I'm going to say, maybe in other like TikTok or like Facebook, you use it, you choose depending on what you do like. Also, like algorithm, sometimes it's going to be like you see one thing and it continuously it can become on reels, you're seeing it. But once you change your perspective, maybe you see other type of things and go for it. That's it.
Okay, and you, Arba?
If we're talking about algorithms on social media, of course, their job is to keep us hooked. So, of course, they're going to constantly suggest preferred content to us so that we can keep on scrolling, because that's basically their job. If we want to discover content on a more healthy way, for example, on shows, magazines, etc., I think that really depends on us and how we use AI.
Okay, thank you. And switching more to our second topic about the algorithm, is it an invisible judge for you guys? So our first question will be, have you ever felt that, for example, the algorithm on YouTube, on Google, has classified you into more of a group that you don't think you are part of more of a category?
Yes. When I searched something two or three times, it showed me the next day that only the thing in my For You page. So when I searched something like cameras or something, the next day I would see 5 videos of cameras, but it was only a one-time thing.
Okay, and Yutas Nova, do you think that these recommendations by those algorithms that are really present today are maybe kind of scary?
Could you please repeat your question once again?
Do you think that the recommendation that you have today on, for example, your For You page, and then when they come back, for example, when you search on Google, do you think this phenomenon is kind of scary?
Not really. I don't think so. That's totally my point of view. But it's a different perspective for everyone. But for me, it's not.
And you, Arba, do you think it's normal that your search results are similar to what you see on Instagram, for example?
I don't think that it's scary that I am constantly being fed content that I like. It just means that the algorithm is working correctly. And as for the question about can you repeat the last question, please?
The first or the last one about is it maybe the first about
Yeah, the
have you
first,
ever
yes.
felt if an algorithm was classified you in a group that you didn't think you were part of?
This means that the algorithm is trying to familiarize me with new content, because if we're being honest, as a user, if you're constantly seeing the same type of content, you are going to get bored at some point. So an algorithm is trying to constantly push us towards new content to expand the limits of our preferences. And I've been classified in groups that I don't identify with first, but after some time of seeing this content, I started to like it, and I think that the algorithm did a good job.
Okay, thank you. And you, Farrell, do you think it is difficult to maybe escape this label that the algorithm has given you?
No, I don't think so. You have to search the thing you want, so maybe the next day it will show you other things.
Okay, thank you so much. So let's now switch to Georges for our third thematic.
Okay, so the third thematic is the algorithm is a threat or a necessity. Because as we already said, the algorithm only gonna give us some things that we always like always content we like. And for democracy, if we don't have all the option, if we don't see all the option, this will reduce our mind liberty. So do you think that algorithm is a necessity or a threat for democracy? Lisbon, can you answer this question, please?
I really think that it is, I'm not going to say it's a threat. I'm going to more like equalize it to necessity kind of, because obviously democracy comes first in every situation in general, and its algorithm is an artificial intelligence. So yes.
Tirana, what do you think about what Lisbon says?
I think that this depends entirely on the developer because, as we know, an algorithm is simply a reflection of its developer's biases. And of course, if we have an unbiased algorithm that can spread information evenly to a population, it can be a very important tool for democracy. However, if used incorrectly, it can be a tool for propaganda. So I think that's where I draw the line between necessity or dangerous.
And Amsterdam, what do you think about that?
I agree because yeah, the bias of an a algorithm is to the owners, as she said. So if the person who made the algorithm was like focused on democracy, so then it gave more options for democracy instead of dictatorship. So if you're like really focused on dictatorship, then you don't use the apps that are the algorithm that are made for democracy.
But if we say that we use the Amsterdam algorithm who just wants you to stay on the app and give the good content for us, for like democracy, for the American democracy, you have two camps, the Republic and the Democrats, but the Republican man in this field of Instagram is only got Republic post, but and Democrats will only got Democrat post. But if we don't have the two option, if a Republic don't have any idea of what Democrats says, this is it democratic? Is it good for democracy? Lisbon?
Repeat the question again.
Repeat the question. Okay, so like in Amsterdam, you have algorithm who just wants you to stay on the app, and it's gonna give you the content that you want. So if you are a Republican party, you only will get some Republican post. So the content that you like. But but if you have only Republic content, you will not know the Democrats' ID. And do you think this is a threat for democracy?
Then yes, it's a threat for democracy, and yeah, it is.
And Lisbon, in Tirana, excuse me, Tirana, what do you think?
I think there's a very fine line here between the algorithm manipulating the user and making them enjoy their experience on Instagram. Since it constantly feeds content based on their preferences. On this case, if they're a Democrat, they're going to be fed Democratic Party videos. This can create a sort of bubble around the user that isolates them. It doesn't let them discover new ideas or beliefs. So this can be very dangerous, and I think it's the responsibility of the developers to create an ethical algorithm.
So,
Okay.
like, if we take the AI named DeepSeek, who is a Chinese AI, when you ask to DeepSeek and question about the bad story of China, she said that she doesn't know everything, and ask a new question. Do you think this is ethical or not? Amsterdam.
I don't think it's ethical because I think an AI should be open-minded. It should include every bad story and good story, so that DeepSync doesn't let you know the bad side of China is really bad. I think because if you use it and you want to use it for Chinese researches and it only gives you the good things, then the bad thing will be excluded, and it's very bad, I think.
Okay. And Lisbon, what do you think? Tirana.
Yes, I just wanted to add something. I've also heard about this being an issue in the United States right now with Alexa, because if you ask her about famous people, she won't reply with famous singers or actresses, but she will reply with the members of the party that is in power right now. And I think that we're still far off from having completely ethical and unbiased algorithms, and we still have a lot of work to do.
Great. So let's finish this. Amsterdam, have you something to tell, or is it done for you?
Sorry, could you repeat yourself?
Do you want to tell something, or you don't have something to tell?
Nothing to tell.
Okay, so let's go to the let's conclude.
Yes. So after this discussion, do you think your opinions have changed about the algorithm? And do you think they are more of a danger right now or an opportunity? Let's start with Farrell from Amsterdam.
My opinions have changed a bit because I saw other people's sites in it. Now I think that it's really more dangerous and we have to watch out for it, but we can still develop it further, but only with the right people and the right eyes to control it.
And Lisbon, what do you think?
Yes, I also think we're kind of the same. That my opinions did have changed about throughout the conversation. I learned a lot more about it, about the algorithm. And yes, I think if it's on the right hand and shoot in the right and used in the right place, it is an opportunity. But if it goes to the wrong hand, it will be a threat. It will be dangerous.
And let's finish with Arba from Tirana.
After discovering what we can do with algorithms and how efficient they can be, we can never go back, essentially. So what we need to work on right now is creating more ethical and unbiased algorithms. And I think that they're an incredible opportunity for our future.
Okay, so as we hear, the algorithm is can be good and bad, but it's to the developer. It's the issue for the developer to make an fair algorithm. And after we finish the discussion, and after us, there is Tirana who we give to Tirana the channel. So goodbye, everyone. And,
Thank you so much for speaking.
Thank
Have
you.
a really nice evening.
Thank you. Përshëndetje përsëri. Atëherë jemi live në transmetim dhe tani do të fillojmë me panelin e Keynotes dhe Keynotes, prezantimet.
Keynotes
Së pari do të nisim me Ted Hodaj,
start with
studenti Tumos, I cili do të na flasë për një temë shumë interesante,
had a
art me AI.
very interesting topic, art and AI. We invite Ted to the stage.
Okay, po bëjmë një test për audio.
Just doing an audio test real quick.
Në rregull? Okay.
Okay, so we're good. We're about to start.
Pra, përshëndetje sërish.
Hello.
Mirëmëngjes. Unë jam Ted Hodaj, ish student në TUMA dhe student aktual në CIP.
Here at
Sot do doja të flisja për një prej temave më interesante, teknologjitë më interesante të kohës moderne. Përdorimi i inteligjencës artificiale në gjenerimin e artit.
the use of AI
Ka të rregulluar perceptimin dhe fushën e artit.
of art
Treguar metoda të reja
in a
gjenerimit të artit, të krijimit të artit, që më parë nuk mendoheshin që të ishin të mundura.
not but
Le të shikojmë së bashku.
let's see it. Wonderful. Let's see it.
Le të shikojmë së bashku mënyrën se si funksionon kjo teknologji, ne personalisht mund ta përdorim dhe të nxjerrim disa konkluzione mbi të ardhmen e saj.
Some conclusions about the future of the technology. Firstly, let's create art. And it needs to are images that we have tagged. Such as think about it, it doesn't concept of can it understand it, right? True. On art, so very much, and the eye. Let's illustrate. We have images from criteria. How Picasso painted. Is tagged as a Picasso. The model use this to generate art. Look at the diffusion. And it has a lot of pixels. It renders it this noise in the initial image. The positions of these pixels. To understand the follows the we start created by the model algorithm. So yeah, and if your work right, it reflects our request. We can use it ourselves. AI will ask ChatGPT and DALL-E 3 in this. achieve high with very vivid color. And here, based on just a of or art. This technology, lastly. That is for creators and can be unlimited. We also and experimental styles. However, there's also some challenges in authorship and it human artists in the market, which is not, of course. However, authorship you need own your own art and pictures. And more
So welcome. Nice to meet you, Michael. I'm Ellen, and I'm a very young entrepreneur, and we were making a app that would translate the sign language into a spoken language. And throughout our journey, we were actively using AI that we have written. But the problem was that we were making it during the pre-ChatGPT, pre-generative AI era. And so I had a question that I wanted you to answer as someone who is a career-oriented person. So how do you think current teenagers, are they facing any problems with self-awareness because of ChatGPT and any type of generative AI? Because currently it is very challenging for them to be kind of career-oriented, because some careers are getting not canceled, but kind of put aside because of generative AI. What do you think on this matter?
Yeah, I think it's a terrific question first. And I think the young people I talk to feel a lot of anxiety for a few reasons. Number one, if they're in traditional schools, they're being told, don't use AI, don't use it, it's cheating, it's this, it's that. And yet they know that in the workplace, it's becoming expected that you know how to use it well. And it's dramatically changing jobs. So they're not quite sure, and what I'm learning in the traditional school, is that going to even be relevant when I get out there in the, in the career world? What's the connection there? And then, so they have a lot of anxiety around that as well. And my take is that we sort of have given them the worst of all worlds. We know that the world is rapidly changing outside of school, but we're not giving them the tools to intentionally learn how to use AI so that they can learn how to shape that future and craft their jobs wherever they end up landing.
And do you have any specific tips? How can they become AI super users or stuff like that?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think number one, they have to use it. We have to create opportunities where they actually use AI as an expectation, not for cognitive laziness, not to have them skirt the the learning, but so that they can actually do more, right? So that we expect more from them, from the work that they're doing in school. And then second, I think we have to make the work more real world connected, which is to say that the more it feels like the real world, you'll learn how to use tools like AI in the context of the real world. There's no way to write a curriculum right now that keeps up with the pace of change of what's going on out there in the real world. You just have to actually experience it and do real projects, real work. And I think that'll get them comfortable. And then third, yes, jobs are changing. Some, may go out. We don't know. We're still watching. But if you've learned how to use AI to accentuate your strengths, to do the things that give you the most energy, I think you'll be well positioned for that future. My prediction is AI is not going to replace people at the end of the day, but I think people who use AI will replace people who don't know how to use AI.
And do you think that in university specifically, they should teach how to use AI? Because, for example, in my university, I'm a computer science major, and we are extremely prohibited to use AI because, you should learn how to write code yourself. You should learn how to do this and that yourself. Do you think that it should be taught and actually told that you should tell students how to use it in specific scenarios, for example?
Yeah, I think that's my instinct, is not that we should have, artificial intelligence, how to use courses, but that it should be more in the context of the assignments that you're doing, how to think intentionally about using AI. And frankly, look, professors, we're trying to keep up with it as well. We don't know. And so part of it can be, how do we co-learn together, right? How do we, I'm expecting that you'll use AI on this assignment. Tell me what you wrote into the chat. How did that change what you then produced? How did you modify, or what lines of inquiry did it open up for you based on its responses, right? Let's make it more transparent. Someone said to me recently, I don't ask people to write essays because I think the world needs another essay on some topic, right? I do it because I want to teach people how to think and structure arguments and things of that nature, right? And so I think the key is, how do I use AI in that context, but true to the purpose, which is not the artifact at the end of the day, but more about the process of learning itself. That's a big mindset shift. But I think without that, frankly, we're going to go to the lowest common denominator, which is that when students do use it, they'll use it for cognitive laziness rather than sort of actually still getting the learning out of the material.
Yeah. Also, about your book, I've read the book and I have a question about, you have mentioned about long-term career planning and like tying it to AI, how do you think AI will redefine leadership roles, and what skills should, for example, I as a person who is planning to have a long-term plan for my career, how should I prioritize or stay relevant to it?
If we're being totally honest, none of us actually know, right? That's the complete honesty, right?
Yeah.
But I think there's some principles that are true, which is you becoming more discerning about how to figure out when AI is giving you an answer that makes sense for the context, when it doesn't, using AI as a cognitive amplifier of your own thinking processes, of the tasks that you're trying to complete. Those are things that I think are important principles that will stand you in good stead no matter what you do. And then I think the third thing is, from the book Job Moves, we talk a lot about how you need to be reflective about what drives your energy. What are the capabilities that you're developing? And AI is a tool that you can use to actually offload those things that don't drive your energy so that you can, really build off your strengths as opposed to trying to soften your weaknesses, if you will. And I think what you notice or learn when you're out in the working world is school is very focused traditionally on helping you ameliorate your weaknesses, try to make them less weak. But actually, real long-term value comes from making your strengths awesome and playing into them. And so if you can use AI to do that, I think that's helpful. And then the last thing I would just say, it's clear because this rate of change is pretty frenetic. We don't know where it's going exactly. We don't know what the new jobs will be or what organizations will even look like in the future. Having AI be alongside you as part of your tool set to continue to be a lifelong learner, I think is really important. And so, we were interviewing someone at OpenAI, and she says she has her agent in, ChatGPT that sits alongside her and helps her come up with plans each day for what she's going to learn that's new each day. That's a really cool use of it because she's acknowledging I need to be a lifelong learner. How does this tool help me pick what I learn? I get to make the ultimate choices of where to spend my time, but it's like a personal assistant sitting alongside there to help me figure out how to get there, what to learn, how to learn it, things of that nature. That's really valuable because I think learners are going to be the ones best positioned in the long run.
So, do you think that, for example, if teen wants to make an AI, a generative AI, and do you think that it is possible for them not to feel any type of competition? Because, for example, when we were working in our projects, it was not a very big competition because we were writing our AI ourselves, and now we're there. For example, we have the ChatGPT AI things written in the GitHub, so we can have an easy access to that. Do you think that it will kind of demotivate people on doing new things, for example, especially teens, because they have so much, like they feel a lot of anxiety with everything at some point. So how do you think how that will be?
Yeah, it's a good point you raise. And one of the things that I think maybe it points to is one of the reasons it was still not a bad idea for you to learn how to code, even though you don't have to code anymore, is the underlying logic of how computers work, right? And what's going on in them today. Look, this may change with quantum computing, but right now, that's a very useful skill set and understanding to have. And so I think it points to a principle, which is that when you're a novice learner, AI may be less useful in the early stages, like learning foundational knowledge and skills of a field may be very important. And then as you become, start to transition into an expert into a field, being able to use it as that cognitive amplifier may be a very important principle. And so that's one thing I'd hold into our heads as we navigate this. I think a second thing on that is the more we can give young people agency to create themselves, to build things, that they're going to feel more like I have autonomy, I have authority. Look at this cool thing I built and it helped me do X. It helped my brother do Y. It helped, this do that. I think that's a really cool thing. And people, we know one of the things that people want to feel in their lives is agency and control. That's a very important principle to our sense of self-efficacy. And so if we use it in that way, maybe we can help fight some of the anxiety that is so rampant, and maybe we can help people see like it's okay that your tool didn't help, get 5,000 likes on social media, but it helped you make progress. And that's a great thing. And we're going to celebrate that in our classrooms, and our teachers are going to celebrate that, which is going to give you affirmation that you need. And try to take away sort of the zero-sum competition nature that I think, can be destructive, right? That's, I think, what a lot of social media has harmed a lot of teenagers, is make it feel like we're constantly racing to get ahead, or I have to get into a better this than you. The more you get away from that, I will tell any teenager tuning in, you realize life is not run on a race course. It's more about finding out what matters to you and what really ticks for you and gives you purpose. But look, I get it. As a teenager, you're trying to sort that out, and you're getting a lot of mixed signals. But I think anything we can give positive feedback loops on is a good idea.
Do you think current teenagers as entrepreneurs have any advantages over people like me who did not use AI during their careers as an advantage because they can use ChatGPT or any type of generative AI now?
Yeah, that's a good question. I could argue it both ways, right? I'm not sure if it's going to shift the equation ultimately. I do think it will increase the velocity of ideas that are coming out there. And then the central truth is going to remain: those that win are those that really help people make progress, right, against the things that they're prioritizing. So in some ways, it actually calls for teenagers to spend more time learning about the human condition, what makes us tick, what are the things that really motivate and inspire people, right? And so being curious about yourself, being curious about those around you, your community, I think is really important for teenagers as a result of that. And it will level the playing field so that they can have a lot more of those shots on goal, if you will. But, they won't have the wisdom, right? On the other hand, that's come from lived experience, if you will, of just understanding how humans work, understanding what are the problems and the progress that we seek. And so I think AI will continue to favor the curious.
Because, for example, when we are working at university and we have some kind of a project, we can use AI when it comes to, for example, if we're making a game and the game is not quite very visually based. We can ask ChatGPT, for example, how do you think this code should have, what visuals can this code have? How can we make this better? How can we make this a little bit like, how can we make this look good? An example. So yeah, I think it's very important to make people understand, and especially teenagers, because they are very self-absorbed and they are like sometimes in their own little worlds and don't understand how the world works. So how to use it to their good, how they can make it work better for themselves, and how to make it not so bad as people usually talk about AI.
Yeah, I think you're right. And it points to something, and back to Pegor, what you just said about the angel investors known as parents. I think it's a great point, which is if you're curious, if you don't get too fixated that you are right, and you have humility to know prototyping and trying lots of different options is not failure, that's actually how we learn, and you use AI to do that, what a cool opportunity to get out of your bubble, right? Get out of your myopia as a teenager and see what really sticks for people. What does make, what does make this tick or not, right? And just be curious about that. I was talking to some students at Harvard that I have the other day who've created a very neat startup, I think. And they were like, oh, we need to raise money for it. And I was like, why? You're students right now. Take advantage of that so that you don't dilute yourselves, and try to get some, try to get the product in a place where you can get some customers and real money. Then we can see what you need. And I think teenagers are in that benefit as well, right? To your point, like they don't have the same risk. It's a great opportunity to just, try some things and learn. And I think that's something else we can say about the future. It will continue to favor the learners.
Yeah, when you mentioned about the funding, we were actually at a very similar place, because we came to a point where, okay, we got into accelerator, we got out, we had a certificate of that, we have this very specific goal in mind that we should achieve, and then we're like, how do we find fun? We're 17. And we're like, how are we gonna use this? How can we make this? And then we got into university and we understood that, okay, let's chill down a little bit. Talking about career orientalism. So we also tried ChatGPT. So you know that ChatGPT has a feature when you can like create your own AI within the ChatGPT, and we were making some kind of interview try thing. So when you were saying, for example, I'm going into a I don't know, IT interview, and can you please give us some questions on how can we improve our interview? So how do you think, can that be another use of AI, for example?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. It's a great prototype machine to come up with lots of different ideas. And it will benefit from you giving it context that pushes it outside of the average, if that makes sense. Because that's one downfall of ChatGPT, is because it's trained on the world's information, it's sort of honed to the average, if you will. And so it's you, the individual, that can break it out of that and look for the points of divergence. And that's where value is created, is when you find something that no one else did. And so if you can use AI in that way, I think it can be extremely valuable.
Yeah, also it's very, because it combines so much information about everything. For example, I once asked just a question about the Latin language, and then I got into the Latin language, and I was like, where did this come from? And then I remember that it was because I asked a question on a random word that I heard from my anthropology class, and I was like, that's very interesting. That's also a very unique usage of AI, when you get to know new things through it because you just asked the question.
Yep. And you can be curious and just follow the strand. And I think the interesting thing for young people, right, is like, how deep do you want to go on things now? Because you have not just the world's information, but you have like the world's best research assistant at your fingertips constantly. So what do you want to what do you want to do with it? That's like a very daunting question, but a very cool question to be able to ask.
So you have co-authored a book called Disrupting Class. I don't remember the year that you have wrote on it, but would you change anything now that you have generative AI?
It's a great question. I think a couple things. Number one, we actually sort of naively assumed in the book that some of the principles of AI were already present in software, that it would learn from itself and improve based on individual performance, which as we got out into the market, we realized that's not how education technology products were built. So that was a bit of an awakening. I think a second one is we had this notion that the world's learning ultimately would not be from like an individual course provider, but more from a facilitated network where people could create learning objects of a variety of sorts for people. And the closest thing to it that's existed, I think, is YouTube, but that's been all video based. So now you imagine ChatGPT sitting there powering you to create learning objects and explanations for anything in all sorts of modalities to fit people's needs or desires of how it makes sense to learn. The amount of personalization you can do with that, I think, gets very cool very quickly. And so if we had spent some time with that, I wonder what we would have imagined up.
Also, a kind of follow-up question about that. Do you think that you will use AI in the following books that you will write, for example, I don't know, to give ideas, or I don't know, in any type of works that with words?
I already used it in job moves, to be honest with you. So
okay.
I used someone created a tool using the AI to help understand the grade level that it was written at.
Yeah.
And so for every sentence and paragraph that I wrote, I fed it through there. And if it was too complex, then I would work to simplify. I would take its suggestions. It still wasn't very good at the time, but I would work very hard then to simplify the language so that it would be more accessible. So already used it. And now I would say, it's like another research assistant, right? It doesn't write amazing copy, but it really helps get you out of sort of when you're stuck with writer's block or things of that nature, or you're looking for ideas of where to go or what to, information sources or whatever else. It's really good at helping.
So to sum up, what do you think are the main advantages that teens should get from this conference, for example?
Yeah. Well, I think learning that AI is not your foe, it's your friend. Number two, stay curious. Those who are curious will be able to create amazing things in the future. And stay humble and always be learning. And if you are, you will create amazing things in the future that help people make progress.
Thank you very much. It was very thrilling to talk to you about everything today.
Meet and look forward to being in touch and watching your success.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to reading any other following book that you will write.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
So now we'll connect with an expert, Mariana Preftis-Kandoli, who will talk about AI in education. We'll have her through the Zoom platform. Hello, everyone. I hope you can all hear me well. Please, a confirmation. Yes, so we can hear you very well. Thank you. Mariana, can you hear me? We can hear you very well. You can continue. Thank you. Just a second, so we can start the presentation. I hope we're okay right now. So hello everybody again. I'm very happy and very honored to be with you at TUMO. I wished I could be there with you in person, but I greet you all from Sofia, from Bulgaria, where I'm currently. It is always a pleasure to be at TUMO and to be with TUMO, because it's a place where I've been a long time and I've made my contribution there with the staff. And I will congratulate the entire staff today for all of the support and all of the initiative, which of course is a good way to give the right shape to the talent and to the youth that come to the center, and that of course will shape the AI ecosystem in Albania in the future as well. We will explore something intriguing and challenging at the same time today, and that is artificial intelligence. So the intelligence, the recommendation technology behind YouTube and TikTok recommendations, and Snapchat filters and Spotify recommendations. But today we want to go a little bit further, and we'll talk about AI in education, and especially for the Gen Z, for you, which are at the heart of this digital revolution. It would be, first of all, adequate to note that artificial intelligence is not magic. And I'm sorry for all of the Harry Potter fans, because truly AI is just a sophisticated math masked with a lot of advanced technology. AI today is, of course, well recognized today for its ability to recognize patterns, to make predictions, to generate content. But of course, there is an issue that is becoming increasingly more evident: the fact that AI is developing very quickly and it coming closer to the end user, but it has made it difficult to keep the pace with technology, to understand all of the implications of the technology, making it more challenging to regulate as well. But let's start with a very quick history lesson about artificial intelligence. Imagine for a minute if artificial intelligence were a being. And its birth, it's in the 1950s actually, and at this phase we can consider the infancy of artificial intelligence. During this period, AI was on its first steps. It was still young. A very attractive discipline, a very interesting discipline, but a little practicable and very difficult to implement in the daily lives. So the 80s can be considered as the teens and of this discipline, and during which there are techniques of automatic learning, or machine learning as they were known. The AI started learning from large amounts of data and information during this time. Coming now in 2025, where we can rightfully say that AI is now in an age of maturity, thanks to the generative AI intelligence. And to illustrate this better, it's just imagine about ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity, DeepSeek, Claude, and everything else, all of the large language models, which I'm sure you have experimented with. So all of these together have the capability of generating text, image, music, but also much more than that. This technology is as intriguing and complicated, and of course full of potential, but also brings about challenges. If you ask yourself how generative AI works, please allow me to tell you, and allow me to tell you that Gen AI is different because it learns through a technology and technique called reinforced learning. Please, I will give you an example. Imagine if you were to train a puppy to teach him or it some commands like sit, wait, or get the toy or fetch the toy. Generative AI would do it in the same way. It would get a virtual word or a treat every time it does it well. And this is through the assessments of the reinforcement learning given by the end user, final user, or and this is basically a like or a treat for every good behavior. But let's come a little bit back to human intelligence now, where, of course, artificial intelligence takes its inspiration from. Please, for a minute, ask yourself how you, as a human being, would go about learning a musical instrument, for example. Imagine if you had to learn, for example, to play the guitar. How would you do that, right? Of course, first of all, you'd have a goal in mind. You'd choose a song, right? You'll search on YouTube for tutorials, you'll practice, you'll ask friends and family members to help you, to assist you, to listen to your progress until you come to achieve your final goal. It seems difficult, but behind all of this approach, there is a process which scientists call metacognition. So the thinking or the awareness on how you learn. One of the most renowned names in this field is Professor Roger Abezedo, who has explored this aspect, how digital technology and AI can support the metacognition and use the metacognition. And according to him, effective metacognition tools help you to encourage deeply about your learning process, to make informed decisions about learning strategies, and to keep you motivated when it comes to practicing guitar in our case, or especially when this process becomes tiresome or even irritating and annoying. So at the core, metacognition transforms the entire learning process from a passive experience into an active, strategic, and self-regulated journey above all. Let's go a little bit further, and maybe in this conceptual model that you see here, you'll recognize more aspects about the processes of training a chatbot. As you can clearly see, or artificial intelligence learns, first of all, without supervision, and then people direct it, guide it, and correct it. Think a little about just the case of the student that is learning guitar, but in not using YouTube. AI has access to billions of websites online, and instead of your family members or your friends that can get annoyed that you're learning, an AI and a chatbot has millions of human checkers and which evaluate, assess, and improve its performance. From a scientific point of view, large language models look like this visualization. It is one of the latest visualizations that is circulating in academic circles, and is very well understood, and it's gone viral because it helps us to conceptualize better what a large language models looks like. ChatGPT, let's say. At the core, these are models that are structures in deep neural networks with many interactive artificial neurons that follow the logic of architecture known as a transformer. They're trained on massive data, learning statistical models through media mechanisms or attention mechanisms. which determine the weight or the importance of each word based on the context given. During the training, these models are able to perfect their features, improving parameters through some techniques such as backpropagation or gradient descent. And as an analogy here, to make it even clearer for you to understand and to visualize the work that happens in the background when you use ChatGPT, you can imagine a giant library where all of the books are able to communicate with one another, but without never always understanding the full meaning of what they're saying. So they're very good at predicting the text that will come after. Having said that, it is maybe the moment to make things a little bit more tangible and bring them a little bit more down to earth. When we talk about artificial intelligence, it is not and it should not be considered as a commodity or just a commodity, because AI is not only changing us all, but it's also changing the way we think. For example, every action you do as a final end user of AI online, starting with the clicking and all the way to the contents that you consume, is mainly influenced by AI, if not wholly influenced. And the main question that comes here, are we shaping AI or is AI shaping us? And it would seem that all questions around AI lead to only one answer in the keyword that today is ever used and ever found, which is AI literacy. The AI literacy term actually encompasses a lot of dimensions and nuances of learning and of obtaining information, of understanding about concepts related to AI. But even the concept of competence or skill is connected to AI literacy. So being competent in AI does not only mean knowing how to use ChatGPT, but above all to understand how AI works, how it impacts society, what are its ethical implications, to avoid any pitfalls. Blindly believing whatever chatbot or ChatGPT says in the case of an LLM shouldn't be the case, because AI is also confused and hallucinates sometimes. And of course, there is a lot of debate in academic circles today where we're more broadly accepting the term confabulation more than hallucination, because the latter has more feeling nuances that are related to human beings and human intelligence. However, learning with AI and learning about AI are two different important vectors that help students, teachers, parents in each of the roles they have to come to this level of AI literacy. Very shortly, learning with AI means using it as an assisting tool. When learning about AI is to learn how it works. And having done this and doing that, you will be more responsible generators and creators and responsible users. But the benefits and the disadvantages or the risks that are related to the broad implementation of artificial intelligence are numerous. Of course, AI customizes, personalizes learning, drives creativity and makes it much easier, but there's a lot of risk, such as academic non-confidence and the over-reliance on and the loss of critical thinking. Imagine an entire generation that works only with AI. Mariana, it's always a pleasure to listen talking about AI, but just noting you that we're a little bit short on time, and if you could just conclude a little bit quicker, it would do much better.
Yep, just trying to share my screen.
So can I conclude? Yes, please. So as I was saying, along with the risk and the benefits, we also have an optimistic, and the optimistic spirit is what we will do with technology, and of course artificial intelligence coming closer with methodologies, frameworks, and techniques and strategies through which we can turn technology and AI and into a partner in the process of learning. In closing, I was open to share some strategies that will help the students and Z generation to optimize the learning process and to turn AI into the co-traveler in the learning pathway and process, always focusing on the paradoxes. Starting with the fact that we are gonna have to use this and we'll need to resolve this. That's how we can maintain our traditional, our education tradition, how we will use technology, and how can use AI to improve efficiency, and how to bridge this social gap with the people that have access to technology and those that do not. And as a final advice, I'd like to close with saying that AI is actually just a tool through which we look at the patterns, but not the intent, the data, but not the dreams, the digital action, but not our feelings. And eventually, your future is in your hands. So that is why you need to use it with intelligence and with a lot of responsibility. Thank you very much.
Mariana, shumë faleminderit.
Thank you, Mariana. Wish you all success. Then we'll connect with Exona Morina Claude, who will talk about how the AI changes results. Exona, yes. Can you hear me well? Yes, please, go ahead. So first of all, thank you very much for your invitation. And thank you very much also for the previous presentations, because they were very informative and make my presentation a lot more easier. Currently, I work in Boston. I did my neurosciences PhD, and now I did a year in MIT, and I'm currently teaching in Harvard in intrapreneurial biology. But today, I wanted to talk a little bit about the brain-computer interface. And I will apologize because the first time that I'm making this presentation, I'm having a presentation in Albanian. So if you have any questions or any thing to clarify anything better, please do not hesitate and ask me. All right. Presentation is going, yes. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me well?
Can people hear me?
Yes, you can. We can hear well. Please go ahead. Go ahead, please. So we can go with the forego the question with the audience because I can hear well. But the question that I had is whether anybody in the audience has heard about a brain controlling a computer without touching anything, and how you would think that can happen. And of course, we don't need to think more because I will tell you about it. But the BCI or the brain-computer interface are technologies that directly connect the brain to a computer directly, allowing it to send or to receive information without using voice commands or hand functions. How does a BCI function, though? The main components are, of course, are the brain, because it generates electrical signals when we think or when we move. These electrical signals are actually the neurons communicating one with another. And then now we have sensors, which can be either EEGs or other implants. There's also vascular implants, so there's all kinds of sensors, and all of these sensors catch these signals that come from the brain. And of course, we have a computer, or at this time, we have artificial intelligence, which processes these signals and turns it into action. But just to be a little bit clearer, these actions are usually prosthetics or actions or other actions in the computer, such as a cursor or a mouse that moves around. And now BCI uses or processes the signals again, and again the brains generates the signals, the signals catch it, they translate the brain signals and process it again into a language that the computer can understand. In a practical example, imagine somebody that moves a cursor on the screen just by thinking about it. This happened because the sensors, such as the EEGs, are connected to these signals in our cortex, or the cortex of the brain, and these signals are translated in this example as a cursor moving on the screen. So these are two examples of the pictures with the connections. The pictures you can see here are the EEG examples, and this is the safest and non-invasive method, but now there are also BCIs that have implants, such as the picture below, and these are in the brain. They're implanted in the brain for more precision, of course, and to also communicate with the deeper brain. A company that does this implants, maybe you may have heard about Neuralink, but there's also another company called Precision Neuroscience, and we'll talk about precision shortly. So how does Precision Neuroscience use artificial intelligence? And the main thing is they use AI to interpret neural signals. So the layer 7 cortical interface is the equivalent of this company, and it attaches detailed information from the brain through an electrodes. If you look at the picture below, it shows you the implant. And the AI is actually used to decode the train activity, which means these electrical signals that are taken by the implant, and they need to be translated so that the computer can understand. The AI is also used to improve the accuracy of signals, because as you may understand, the signals may not be very clear because we have over 100 billion neurons, and AI is used to make the signals much more accurate and to improve interpretation of signals. Then we have data processing in real time, so the AI helps in immediate analysis and simultaneous analysis of neural data, enabling the use of prosthetics, so people can move artificial limbs just by thinking about them. And when I say just by thinking about it, a normal person, of course, needs to think about that movement, right? And when you think about a movement, a certain movement, the signals that are transmitted by the brain have a certain pattern that the artificial intelligence learns and use and translate into movement. This is also used to assist communication as well for persons with neurological damage. They can use AI also to communicate through computers or speech equipment, and actually now they've started to also use ChatGPT for this to facilitate the communication even further. With the help of machine learning as well, precision neuroscience is personalizing its systems, its BCI systems for each user. So we have adaptive learning, which means that the system learns and improves based on unique brain activities, models, and patterns. So every person has their own activities. They're similar among us all, but they're also very unique and very individuals from brain to brain. And this is the individual adaptation, let's say. The BCI is optimized for users to ensure maximum performance. And last is clinical data analysis. So the AI is also used to analyze the data from clinical trials to identify new models and trends, and to also foresee and predict the effectiveness of these implants. This is a very quick example about precision neuroscience. I don't know how I'm doing on time. Do we have time to look at it, or can I continue, or should I continue onward with this? All right, so I'll continue. So why is BCI important? In medicine, it helps persons with paralysis to move robotic prosthetics. It can be used also in games and in leisure. The games of future can also be played by thinking about it. And also people that are paralyzed can test and can also play these games in science and in research, can help to better understand the brain. And in the future, the question is, can we communicate maybe one day without even speaking with one another? Exona, can you hear me? We're liking the presentation very much, but could you please conclude? You would help us very much in this regard. We apologize. It's fine. So this is the end of it. Okay, we're good. I just the question was, would you use BCI equipment to communicate quicker, and what do you think will happen with this technology in 20 years? And the conclusion is that BCI is a revolutionary technology with great potential to change our life, but the challenges remain great. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you, Exona. Now, to close this part of the conference, so the T-notes and keynotes part, we will invite Marius, who will talk about the future of artificial intelligence. Marius, the floor is yours. Hello, everyone. My name is Marius Basha, and you'll see that I'm also a co-founder of Nullius and researcher in TH Zurich, and I'll talk about the future of artificial intelligence here at TUMO today. I could have done this presentation on how AI would be more intelligent than anybody in 2026, or how intelligent will AI be in the future, or how much things will have when AI becomes intelligent, or how AI can kill us all. But I believe that the future is resolved by resolving problems, not only by imagining them. Maybe I've said this for the first time myself. That is why I'll talk about the 4 current problems in AI that you as youth should have as an objective to resolve in the next 10 years. For piece of advice to be successful. I'm not a guru or anything like that in this regard, but and 4 direction in which you can start working today to be able to resolve these 4 problems in the future. The main problem is the speed of processing, the quality. If we use ChatGPT, there's a large cost. So they use specific hardware, the GPUs, and these are very costly. That is why ChatGPT or the OpenAI has lost $5 billion yesterday. So they're burning through money because this is very expensive. On the other hand, the models that can be used on smartphones without the GPUs are very weak, and the next company the next trillion-dollar company will be the one that resolves this issue, which is having a quality of a model such as GPT 4.5 without needing GPUs. This is a very concrete and very relevant problem. The second problem is the robots. Who can create an AI model that is multimodal, so it accepts different inputs, can process language, can take decisions, can make decisions, can control body, can listen, can respond in voice, can analyze images and videos, and analyze 3D world. This product, which does not exist today, whoever does this will have the best-selling product in the history of humanity. And this would be the example, the invention of the 21st century, which is self-improvement. No AI exists. We can do this. We can read a book or anything like that. But nobody knows how an AI can self-improve. But in order to train them, you give them a lot of information, and then you stop and you tell them to respond. ChatGPT has no idea what the chat did after it's closed. So this will be the most important discovery or invention of the 21st century. This is something that we're doing in Zurich, actually, and Exona spoke about this as well. It is the interfacing of AI with the brain, and to date, AI has the opportunity and possibility to decode thinking, the Neuralink that Exona spoke about as well. Or what we're doing in Zurich, through the thoughts of birds, through some electrodes, we are able to see what the bird is thinking in this regard and to recreate what they sing or what they think, in inverted commas. Whoever can do something like this while also stimulating the brain or also making AI learn, this would be very great, but we don't know how to do it today as well. We'll go into the 4 pieces of advice. The first one, everything will be very difficult, of course, but everything that is important in life is difficult. If it was easy, everybody would do it. We need to be very disciplined to achieve this, and we need to work also when we don't feel like it. Second is, do not give up. It is, of course, not impossible to do this. Those who give up just give up and basically go back and lose. Those who do not give up are able to do this, and you shouldn't give up. The third one is that if you need motivation, do not do it. Everything you need to be motivated about it. If somebody needs to push you or to motivate you to do it, you won't be able to do it. The others will do it for you. And the fourth one is that you always need to hang out with people with the same ambitions. That's why I hang out with Gise, who left. He's on the phone right now. So you need to be over your 20s. I don't think you're over your 20s yet. With people that improve your knowledge and not people that waste your time. Otherwise, you'll come to the end of your 20s and you'll go into your 30s, which I'm not at yet, but I believe that doing something that will not give you will not have any more time to do things. The 20s are very important in this regard. Okay, enough with advice and ideas. Let's look at 4 directions so that you can start working today. The first one, you need to know math and physics. If you don't know math and physics, don't deal with AI. Below there is a very good book about deep learning math. So all of everything that you read or that may have been introduced to that That book is very important for it. The second thing is you need to learn the why of everything. If you don't know why it works and how it works, you will never be able to resolve any of the four issues that I mentioned. You may use them, you may replicate them, but if you don't know why a thing works and why a thing doesn't work, you'll never be able to get it done. There's a book by Judea Pearl there. There's a book of why, and it teaches you how to get to the why. The third important thing is very good to practice, but you need to implement things in practice. This person here is called Andrei Karpati, former director of AI at Tesla, one of the most intelligent men in the world. You can follow him on YouTube. He has a lot of tutorials how to code large language models and so on and so forth. And you need to use AI to help and not to do the things in your stead. It's the biggest mistake you can make, because you'll never learn something. You may lie to your teachers for a time being, or you may get away with it, but you're also lying to yourself, and it's not good to lie to ourselves. That's it for right now. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
So good.
Okay. Hello, my name is Adriana. I'm 15 and I am a student here at TUMO. And yeah. Okay. So first question is, how did you start working with AI? How did you start creating your art with AI?
Almost I was 8 years old when I received my first computer, which was a Commodore. Now I don't think they exist anymore, but back in time that was the only computer type where very basic, games can be played, but also there was a programming language inside the computer that is it is basically turning games into programming language, which was basic. And I started programming computers very early ages. And after that, I will say 2008, when I coined the term data painting. So as we know, every information between computer, between systems, hardware, software, or any systems you can imagine, social media and many others, are always using data, information between systems, between us, humans and machines, and so forth. So I start to think that what happens, that information that we can quantify, such as weather data, brain signals, heartbeat, any Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, like you name it, what happens, they turn into a pigment. Like imagine a pigment like in a painting or or a material like a sculpture, right? But what happens that doesn't dry? What happens, we can program it. what happens, we can imagine this information in the form of a pigment that always makes a beautiful paintings and sculptures and so forth. And then 2015, which was the year, now almost 10 years, I became the first artist in resident at the Google's AMI program. So if you look at the all AI research right now, it's very exciting to say that Google has one of the best AI researchers in the world, like DeepMind. Maybe you know them very well. Like last year, end of the year, Demis Hassabis received the first Nobel Prize for their protein folding research. It was the first time a Nobel Prize given to AI research. So the same group was my mentor. I work with them. I understand how to use big data, how to use cloud computation, and then make art. So last 10 years, I asked the question, if a machine can learn, can it dream? So last 10 years, I create paintings, sculptures, performances, all type of art that is taking AI as a collaborator. For me, just to be sure, AI is not doing everything for me. I am the artist. I believe in human-machine collaboration. I don't believe in a lazy start of a human life that AI does everything for us. I don't believe in that creativity goes to the AI itself. I don't think that feature is inspiring or exciting. What I believe is if I use AI, I can enhance my capacity of imagination. I can push my boundaries of like where my intellect can go. I can push my intellectual thinking. I can push the possibilities to the next level. So that's how I see AI in my practice.
Second, how is it that you use AI in your work?
So I start with big data. For example, we have many examples. We work with Frank Gehry, the recent artwork right now in Guggenheim Bilbao in Spain. If you go to the Guggenheim Museum, you can see that the whole building is dreaming Frank Gehry's life. Imagine one of the most important architects that we let AI to learn from all his buildings, and he can dream and imagine new buildings. And the other one is we use nature, for example. Imagine AI learns all the flowers in the world, all the trees in the world. And imagine that you can create an artwork by ocean movement, like the Pacific Ocean. And like, to me, AI is the next step, but the first starts with the idea. What exactly I am trying to create? And then I collect data, then train the AI model, and then create the art itself. So it's like a very important 3 steps. And I always use open source data, never touch unethical data. I always ask permission before working with data. And I also work with my team about an open source information, open source code, and then they all become a new artwork.
Okay. There was a few questions before the one I'm going to say, but you answered those ones. So if AI could evolve into something beyond what we have today, what would you want it to do for artists?
I think, as I mentioned, I hope creativity remains in the human's hands. I do not just believe that the future of art making, just AI does the creative work and we do nothing. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope in any field doesn't happen. So that's one of the reasons that I'm always advising my team, myself, that we have to be extremely open about our collaboration with AI. And if we are honest and open and direct, I think there is a very much incredible possibilities of doing an amazing new form of art. So I coined the term AI data painting and AI data sculptures. So I imagine this new form of art that can do an incredible form of like imagination. So it's possible to do that. But I think, as I mentioned, I don't believe that we gave our creative power to the machines, and that I don't believe that. I believe that we are the one that holding the creativity on our hands.
Okay. Do you think AI can create the same emotions in the same way that a human painting can?
So I don't believe it is possible yet, because the intention of an artist, an intention of a creativity, and the context, discourse, spirituality, and emotions, these are very complex definitions of life. At the moment, AI models, large language models, are pretty much reasoning machines. Their pretty much function is try to solve problems or try to be analytical, try to like mimic things about emotions, but not truly and honestly they are working in that context. And even though they can, I still believe that the art itself has a human, a soul, an emotion, a spirituality in it. And I do believe that it is not, I hope that doesn't happen anytime soon because it may create some other problems, I guess, that when AI does that type of work. But the good news, I want to say that for anyone working with AI as an artist, that I have been working with lots of collectors and lots of museums and lots of galleries. I'm happy to say that there's no desire for AI to do that. Nobody is like excited about, sure, like let's say AI did that, but so what? Like what will it give us different than a human? Maybe like ingenuity or quality of imagination. And even that happens, like will there be any value for it? Will it be collected? Will it be like recorded? So my guess is like, even though this may happen, I believe that the practice of art is still humanity's capacity of imagination. And that may be another form of thing. Maybe it won't be called art, something else.
Do you think that AI can impact the traditional styles?
Again, please?
Do you think that the AI can impact the traditional art styles?
Of course, already impacted, already changed, already the whole world is changing. I would say last 10 years, if we go back to the history, like in the Renaissance, when we got the printing press, or when we get the photography after painting, when we get the videography, when we get computation, they all change art back to back to back to back. And I feel like it is on that whole new Renaissance era, I think last 10 years. Last 10 years, artworks are changing, thinking is changing. Now I can talk about a living painting, a living sculpture, because I can embed AI into these artworks and let them like become alive, ever changing and thinking and reflecting like life. I believe there is this new era of art making, basically. And again, I'm calling this living paintings, living sculptures, and living buildings and so forth. But I believe that this is like the form of new imagination. So I would say as a studio, we pioneered many forms of arts that profoundly change the perception, the art making itself.
Okay. What are some of the challenges when using AI?
I think there's two major challenges. Number one, data. To work with AI, to create an AI model, you need data. And data can be very, very, very hard to find if you want an ethical data. For example, we just announced our living encyclopedia. You can go and find it, lnm.dataland.art website. And this project, 2 years ago, we started to collect only ethical data from museums, from libraries, from archives that are available to use. And we recorded 500 million images from ethical sources. So that was an amazingly big challenge. And the second challenge is, after you have this data, you have to create a subset of information that's specifically focusing on your intention. And lastly, the last challenge, I will say, training the AI model. It can be costly. You may need lots of GPUs, and you may need to like have lots of experiments over the years and years and years. So these are like the three main challenges of working with AI before even thinking creatively.
What is it you love most about your art and using the AI?
I think one of the most incredible things in our work that I'm so happy to say that I think when I think about art, I believe art should be for anyone and everyone, any age and any culture. And I always think like that since the beginning of my journey. And I never changed my compass. I never changed my intention. And when we put our artwork, let's say, last year at MoMA, we received 3 million people. And the average viewing of our artwork was 38 minutes. It's a fascinating number. It's a fascinating thing to like imagine that the artwork can create an impact globally. And then the artwork became the first AI work in the collection, in the museum collection, that which was the like future. I believe one of the most powerful part of our work is can inspire, can give joy, and can create hope.
Great, that's all my questions. I don't know how much time we have left.
Thank you so much. I hope I was inspired, and please check out
Thank you very much.
Living Encyclopedia. It's a new AI tool. I hope you can use it. It's ethical, and I hope you can experiment with it.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time.
Can I start? Posso começar? Pronto. Olá, boa tarde. O meu nome é Matilde Simões, tenho 17
I'm happy to meet you from Lisbon. We have here George. He's an entrepreneur, chief technical officer. He's booked on artificial intelligence. He's also a poet. Thanks for having me here. No, so working with company allows me to create things, some real automation of work, working with the people, building capacity with them, and help them improve their business. So it's something. So work with them in the area where it's most necessary to help them. So I work with companies and working with artificial intelligence. Can you tell us how you started? So I wanted to create a company and find solutions for problems. Some things I think are most rewarding for us. So we think we can, nothing prepares us in our career for something which is fundamentally so, and something we want to run after, we want to run on our own things, and then there is a quantity. We need to spend some time to communicate, and so these are experiments. You have in your life an important, interesting phase, which is about artificial intelligence. So how are you using this in your work? Are there things where you want to work with the workers in your company? I would challenge. I think that the way in which we work is different. Sometimes with some people, you have to work with people in a different way. What does that mean? So 30% of our work is about things that we know. So easier, not always so easy, but still people know. And then there is 50% of cases that are more complicated, where we need to put in more attention. And there is also a percentage where where we need to empower people, the person. So people really need to dedicate a lot of their work. So, and this is where people have to put in more of their own efforts. So if it's about things that are out of the original, so in order to solve problems and create something new. Okay. So this is more creative. Exactly, yeah. So what happens, we will see. What are the most challenges to implement this type of things? Anything you remember? I think that there's a combination of three things. I can say implementation is important. Many companies have the difficulty to show that they can actually implement issues. There are some companies that have investments, where they need to change fundamentally the way they operate. And there's so not everybody in the corporate world can integrate these special things in a way which is clear and simple. So so what we're trying to do is to work with these companies to implement the tasks that we are given. I believe that some companies so the things that we have to do with them are more complicated. There's, however, something very interesting thing. Some of the people, they have give us tasks, and where we need to put in a lot of efforts, and artificial intelligence helps in them to make the task clearer. They have to dedicate more of their time. So training of the humans will help in this. So both of this together can create something which is somewhat unique. And so there you will have then the critical mass. I think it's a question. Artificial intelligence can make some of the work redundant, but can also create some works more interesting. So these are business that not necessarily always have to work with AI, but it helps to look into this and see if it's done in an ethical way, whether it makes sense. And there will be simplification in the structure if we use the right solutions. So there are many ways of doing this. In some companies you have to work manually, sometimes with artificial intelligence. So this contributes to a more ethical evolution of the companies. So this is how it can be done. I wanted to talk to you a bit about what are the things that you have to adapt to when you use new technology. I believe I have to explain it a bit. I believe it's a question of mentality. If you have a mentality that you cannot make it, that's not the right thing to do. Things need to change. We need to capacitate the people to go for this change. And some of the things we have to do with them, people will like, and others not so much. But often this happens in a very quick way. And this will influence the level of confidence and the comprehension of the community in a company. And what we can do is we can accompany the people in progress in their work. How can we create more efficiency? So is there a best way on how to do this? So there are always some risks. I think the micro is not working. No, it is. I think there's always a risk. There's always a risk that people think their work is just going to be automated. So many companies see this only as in the long run. This is a problem. So how can we use technology in a way? People do not remember things in a extreme way. Sometimes it's very complicated. I want to respond in a way. I would like to respond in a linear way, but it's not possible. So that's what. Every person has its own sweet spot. many people will see the negative side of things, and us as society, we need to have a change that is had to bring the people along and work with the people, and people have to get used to that change. I think it's like in any other country, and we have to how we used to do working with machines. So when we think about this, can you tell us how you explore these issues and what are the things that we need to pay attention to? There are some rules for that. The most important is to be focused, laser focused, in finding 2 or 3 things that are the source of the problems. Why? New technology, showing people how technologies work will help them to have more realistic expectations and to create expectations from them. So, and it needs to be shown what are the causes and what are the functions and what are the consequences. And this is true for many companies. And the less people are trained in companies about that, the more difficult it's going to be. So that's where one needs to invest. There's a big difficulty in a way, an investment which will help them to be more autonomous. So if we're talking about a topic where they do not focus on, which they do not understand, so then it's going to be more difficult, but it's where we try to bring in some value from our side in an incremental way. Okay. So what's the role of technology in this and in your company? So I want to be clear here. We are and we will adopt in a certain way to help the big companies to deal with their workforce in a special way with new technology. So we help them to work, to build, to construct the workforce. So there is no real something which is different. I mean, we always have to work with the workforce to manage them, these companies, whatever business they're in. If companies have the wish to act, then we will help them to work with the workforce. So what can you say has a big impact in the work that you do? Very good question. I think I work in 2 ways. There are tasks that we do every day, daily tasks. This imply the capacity of to learn and conceive new tasks or to do these tasks in an autonomous way. So that's where we try to support. So I think we haven't really explored this sufficiently or not at all. It's the capacity. While I may speak in an academic way, but what we to work is about the people can learn by themselves, and this is where technology can help. It will lead to an improvement of the teams in the company and the way in which they work, and if we work well, this will create a symbiosis between them and how we help them. So there has to be a cooperation between artificial intelligence and ourselves and the companies. Thank you. Well, more question, personal question? Me as a person? I changed a bit my attitude about artificial intelligence when I prepared for this. Is artificial intelligence really creation of things? What's the change for the person that work with this? So is it creation about whatever work? Can you talk about that, please? Okay, I understand. This is a very interesting question and more philosophical than technical. So this is about a challenge about these topics. Ethical question. It's about what is creation, what are the consequences of creation. It's all a kind of a convolute of a number of issues. I believe that generative capacity is where the way for it is now open. I don't have a very strong feeling about it, but it can. If you think about, for instance, weapons, so there is a possibility that is being created for this, but there is a possibility that we can try to get our hands on this. In my perspective, I believe that it's more what the human being can do. I don't see necessarily this as a negative development, but it depends on what people make of their work. It's an area that contrasts more than with other issues. It's more an area where many different things can happen. There's a positive part and there's a negative part to it. But once again, when I work more every day, I do something with artificial intelligence. So if I do work a creation, it can remove work from artists. I want to apologize for that, but I see a perspective where these things can coexist. We have to see what is possible and how we can, each of us, show what we can contribute to this. It's not about substitution of each other. It's about, for instance, we talk about literary work. So it depends on the context. So I try to answer, finish my answer. We can appreciate the art which is created by artificial intelligence, but we can also create the other art created by humans. So it's not about substituting artificial art with human art. So things that are created on the internet, I don't think this creates a lot of added value if artificial art is created on the internet. But maybe I think you should ask that question to an artist and not to me. Thank you. Thank you very much for discussing with us here. And thank you so much for for giving us your answers. Thanks to everyone. Okay. Okay.
Okay, live. Yes. Teste, teste. Alô, alô. Teste, teste. Tô ouvindo, teste, teste. Tá bom, tá bom. Já tá. Okay. Well, hello everyone. I am Fabrizio. I am a student from TUM Lisboa.
and I am here with some other students from TUMU and a very special guest, Sal Khan, to talk about AI and education. For those who don't know, Saul is an educator from America. He is the founder and CEO of Khan Academy, a field leader in AI innovations. And Saul, if you mind to introduce yourself and what you do, please.
Profit Khan Academy. We have a mission: free world-class education for anyone, anywhere. And those of y'all who don't know about Khan Academy, it's videos, exercises, learn at your own pace from pre-K. We have Khan Academy kids all the way through college level. We also have another nonprofit called schoolhouse.world, where you can get and give free tutoring because it's based on volunteer. So anyone here could become a tutor or get live tutoring over Zoom. So yeah.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Saul. It's great to have you here. Me personally, I am a big fan. Khan Academy has saved me from 12th grade, so thank you for that. So we also have here other students from other TUMU centers around the world. Would you introduce yourself, Tirana, please? Tirana, can you please introduce yourself?
Sorry. Well, I'm Juliana. I'm from Coimbra, and I'm also a big fan of Khan Academy. I think it's a super, super interesting project, and it's super helpful.
Okay, thank you. We also have someone from Montevideo. Can you introduce yourselves, please?
Yes, hello. I'm really nice to be here. And well, I am just a little nervous, sorry. I'm Brisa, and well, I'm from here, Montevideo. And well, I am a really fan of Khan Academy, and I have been reading about you, and so I don't know, it's an honor to be here and exchange this time with all of you guys.
Thank you very much, Brisa. So last but not least, we have here from TUMU Tirana, we have Oren. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Hello, I'm Oren Gorenza from Tirana. I'm 17 years old, and I'm a big fan of Khan Academy as well.
Okay, so let's get this started. I'm going to start with a question of my own here for Sal. So in education, we see new technologies taking over more and more, especially in schools here. That can affect somewhat the social environment of education. And just how much do you think that's going to change that aspect of the learning experience? And where do you think we could draw the line there?
Yeah, good question. I've always been a big believer that if we shouldn't be thinking about how to use. Well, I think there's two cases. There's cases where students don't have access to a classroom or a certain class. You can imagine someone who lives in a very rural village someplace in the world, or you're a young girl in Afghanistan and you don't have access to a school. And so there, I think technology can be a very powerful way to ensure that you have something. But the ideal, hopefully all of y'all are attending schools, you have a community of classmates, you have teachers. There, I've always seen technology, it actually shouldn't be a replacement for the human-to-human interaction. It actually should be, in some ways, liberating for human-human interaction. Even before AI became a thing, in the early days of Khan Academy, people used to say, oh, you're making videos, you're making this software, is that to replace teachers? And I'd say, no, not at all. I would always pick a in-person teacher over just pure technology. But if all the teacher is doing is giving a lecture, and that could be replaced by a video, then I think the teacher should think about what more can they do. And even before technology, if it's just 30 kids in a room listening to a lecture, it's actually not that human of an experience. There isn't a lot of human-to-human interaction. In fact, many of us remember being in school, we can't talk. We just have to listen. So my point of view is, hey, look, if the lecture can happen at your own time and pace, if now you can use AI to answer certain questions, what can the teacher do to make the classroom more interactive? And that's not just interactive with the teacher, but also with each other. When I was growing up, a lot of times we were kept from talking to our peers, but some of the best learning, as long as the students stay focused on the task, can be learning from another peer or struggling with a problem together. So my hope is that we can use technology for the things that technology can be good at, but then when the human beings come into the room together, they actually can have more interaction, not less.
Okay, thank you, Saul. That was great. Oren also has a very interesting question on about the same matter. Can you ask yours?
So the question is, AI can now teach academic subjects, including maths, but it struggles with emotional intelligence and soft skills. Should future education focus more on developing these human traits rather than knowing that AI will handle these tough and hard, I guess, equations and whatnot?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because in some ways, before AI, Khan Academy actually, if someone is engaged in it, can do a pretty good job of giving you practice in math and science and certain aspects of humanities, and we can have this video instruction. And yes, when we first got access to some of this AI technology, and this was pretty early on with OpenAI, we immediately thought about the tutoring use case with math and science, and it seemed pretty good. Although it had issues, as many of y'all know, it can make errors, hallucinate, etc. But what really blew our minds 2 or 3 years ago when we first saw the GPT-4 was it actually was pretty good at some of the social emotional. Now, I don't pretend to believe that the AI is actually empathizing, but it can actually model that quite well if you prompt it. And a lot of what we think about, if you look at your grades at school, or you look at any test scores you have, nowhere on it does it talk about your communication skills or your creativity or your sense of humor or your empathy. All of these are super important skills, though, which you just allude to. And part of the reason is we've never had good assessments for these things. People kind of they would call them soft skills because to some degree it was hard to judge. It's very subjective. Our hope is that, and I write a lot about this in my book, is that AI might be able to actually start to give us feedback and assessment on some of these things. Now we have these multimodal models. It could watch you give a speech and give you feedback. It could say, "Hey, make more eye contact." It could say, "Smile more." It can pretend to be a student, and you can practice tutoring it. On this platform, schoolhouse.world, that we have, where people are giving tutoring to each other, we're already using AI to give the tutor feedback after the session to say, "Hey, you could have called on more students," or "Actually, I think you could have asked more questions here," instead of giving an explanation. So, my hope, ironically, is that we might be able to use AI technology to instill more of what we would traditionally call these soft skills. I hope in the future, the only way that we assess these right now are things like job interviews, where it's and we should be worried about things like bias in an AI, but I always point out humans are way more biased than any AI. And I think there's ways to test the AI for bias that you actually can't do with a human being. And so I actually hope in, let's call it 10 years, not only will you have your traditional grades, your traditional test scores, but there'll also be some reasonably objective assessments about your communication skills, your collaboration skills. And it doesn't even have to be with an AI. You can imagine a world where it's even observing an interaction between you and your peers while you're doing a class project. And it can give you, and I don't think it should be you're either good or bad. That's not a good scenario. It should be like, hey, here's where you did really well. Here's what you could work on. Here's my current evaluation of you, if you want to share that with anyone. But if you work on these, you can get even better. So that's the hope.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now I believe Juliana from Coimbra has a follow-up question in the same area.
Well, my question is that with the advancement of artificial intelligence, how can we ensure students develop critical thinking and creativity, which are super important in education, instead of relying on technology for ready-made answers?
Yeah, great question. A lot of what I talk about is how technology throughout human history, it really just amplifies human intent. You think about fire, as soon as we learned that was probably the first technology that we learned to control. Maybe a stick was, but You know, a fire could be used to burn and destroy, but it also could be used to preserve, to keep warm, to prepare food. Every technology similarly. And you know, you move all the way to AI now, and there's definitely people with negative intent, people who are going to try to use it for fraud, deepfakes, etc. Um, and then when you think about education, I think you know, unfortunately, there's probably, well, two categories of students. There's the students who are looking to really invest in themselves and learn, and then there's students who are probably looking to find the shortest path to getting something done. And AI can amplify either of those intents. If you're lazy and you just want to, and you're a little artful with the AI, you can use these tools to probably get a lot of your work done and then not really engage in the problem. But then if you want to, AI can go much deeper with you than you could have ever gotten. Oftentimes, even with a classroom, you could spend hours really asking one question after another to make sure you really, really understand that. So I think there's a couple of things. One, uh, we as a system, we should be coming up with ways to some degree police, let's call the cheating use case. And you know, we're working on that at Khan Academy. I think a lot of the solution there is when students work with the AI, if you can provide the process of how they worked with the AI to the teachers. I know a lot of universities are already asking for a transcript of, you know, now if you use a Google Doc or something, it can show like how your essay got built and things like that. We have something called Writing Coach where you do it, the teacher assigns it through the AI works on it with you, not for you. And then I think moderator A1 I think oh sorry. um and then when you submit it through the AI can tell the teacher how long it took you, the process, etc. So I think that's one solution to it. um and then, you know, but at the same time, like when we hire people at Khan Academy, we're also looking for people who know how to use these tools well. So, you know, I also don't think the system should ban these tools. They should have some assignments where you have to do something in front of you, in front of the teacher. There should be some assignments where you're doing it like I just described with our writing coach. And there should be some assignments where they say, use whatever tools you want. Just be open with it, but I want you to do something more ambitious now that you're using these tools. And instead of just going and doing some research and writing a paper, it should be go interview people, go into the public record, something that the AI can't do. Create something that the AI can't create, and then you could write about it, maybe even using the AI. So generally speaking, I don't think you know, when calculators came out, people thought, oh, no one has to learn math anymore. When Google search came out, people said people don't have to have content knowledge anymore. But the reality is people who knew arithmetic were the people who learned, who used the calculators to the best effect. People who had some background knowledge are the people who were in a position to leverage search in their jobs, and they were the people who could search better. And similarly, the people with better critical thinking skills, better creativity, they're the ones that are going to get more out of the AI. I'll say one last thing about creativity. I write a lot about this in my book, is the you know, if you're a creative person and you walk into the room, I have two options. I could say, hey, can you do my work for me? Or I could say, hey, why don't we bounce ideas off of each other? And I think any of us can remember the times that we're most creative is when we're around other creative people. So just because the AI can be creative in certain ways, it doesn't necessarily have to eat into our creativity. It actually can amplify our creativity.
Okay, that's some great insight. Thank you for the answer. This also ties back a lot to what we do here in Tumu with the self-learning and the learning at our own pace. I really think that AI could help people really do more things themselves and better things if they can get up to it. Now, Brisa, would you mind asking your question to continue?
Sorry? Yes? No, yes? Okay.
Yeah.
We know that one challenge in inclusive education is that disabilities and learning differences are really varied. So can AI realistic adapt in real time to specific needs of each learner? And if so, what development is needed to achieve this?
Yeah, you know, well, we've always you know, when our mission is free world-class education for anyone, anywhere. And when you think about what world-class is or could be, I always think about, you know, for most of human history, we knew what a great education looked like. I always give the example, Alexander the Great, his tutor was Aristotle. And you can imagine if Alexander was bored, Aristotle would try to make it a little bit more interesting for him. If Alexander got something quickly, he would move faster. If Alexander was struggling, the tutor could slow down. And I could imagine Alexander the Great, even though it was over 2,000 years ago, probably got a very, very good education. And unfortunately, that was a very expensive education and very, hold on, my dog wants to exit the room. Unfortunately, you know, that's very expensive. And for most of human history, most people did not have access to a personal tutor. And because of that, didn't get an education at all. For most of human history, literacy rates were maybe 15, 20%. Most people couldn't read. Things like algebra were, you know, like quantum physics. They seemed very esoteric. You fast forward to about 300 years ago, 300 years ago, society began to become industrialized, become wealthier, and they had a very utopian idea. What if we gave everyone an education, free mass public education? And but they said, well, how do we do that? Well, let's borrow ideas from the industrial age. And they started batching students together, moving them together at a fixed pace. And it's done wonderful things. I don't want to critique it because it's the reason why all of us can read and are educated, etc. But they had to make compromises. You know, every teacher knows there's one teacher in a room of 25, 30, 35 students. Those students sometimes have different needs. Some are bored, some are lost, some are ready to move ahead, some need background. And so it's been very hard. So, you know, the opportunity that we've always tried to do is, well, can we help that teacher with 30 students approximate elements of what Aristotle would do for Alexander? Maybe the technology could help personalize the pace a little bit more. And we approximated that things with like videos and software. And then AI lets you go a little bit further. AI lets finally people can ask, you don't have to just watch a video, you can ask a question about it. You could say, why do I need to learn this? And it could connect it to things that you're interested in. You know, we're trying to make it so that the AI can remember things about you. And so we think it's going to get that much closer to what a really thoughtful tutor would do. When you think about students with learning differences, you know, we haven't done significant research on this, but we have started getting some, actually, even before AI, we've had a lot of anecdotal stories of, you know, students would say dyslexia or ADHD, that being able to learn at their own pace, being able to pause, repeat, being able to review things from the past without having to feel embarrassed, having, you know, not everything had to happen in a certain amount of time. They could do it as whenever they wanted, was really helpful for them. And then I recently talked to a teacher who was using Conmigo, which is our AI inside of Khan Academy, and she teaches students with Asperger's, autism, and she was seeing that these students were disproportionately using the AI. They were really engaging. And at first, she was a little worried that, you know, because the stereotype with Asperger's is that these students distance themselves a little bit more from social interaction, and so she was worried that they were latching onto the AI instead of real people. But this is her observation, this isn't a study, but what she saw was these students actually were getting more confident in their communication by being able to practice with the AI. And then they actually were more confident talking to each other and talking to their other peers. So that's just a story. It's not a research study, but it makes me hopeful that if we use these technologies in the right way, that yes, we can cater to more individual needs, whether it's pace, whether it's interest, and then also, you know, many learning differences struggle because of that one pace fits all, struggle because it's the same thing being delivered to everyone. And now we might be able to change that.
Thank you very much. I think it's very interesting, that aspect of AI introduction into education, the inclusivity that it provides us. So I have just one of the last questions here. Given the general anxiety about AI and automation, particularly in education, what steps could educators and institutions take to adapt and thrive and just coexist with AI and one-to-one tutoring?
Yeah, you know, I think there's things that schools need to do, and I think there's things that society needs to do, and both of those are related to education. I think on the school level, I think honestly, a lot of educators are still in a little bit of denial. I've met professors who think that, oh, I can recognize an AI paper when I see one. I'm like, you cannot recognize an AI paper. If the student is at all artful, you can prompt it. You can give your old essay and say, write it more like this, make it a A- paper, introduce some errors. And then I've seen the opposite, which is in some ways worse. You know, there are these tools that purport to be able to detect AI writing, things like Zero GPT and GPT-0. And a lot of professors and teachers are using these, but they have a very high false positive rate. 30–40% of the time, the student doesn't use AI, but it claims that they are. And so students are getting falsely accused. And I've actually seen students, they write their paper and like themselves, and then they use AI to introduce errors into their paper so that the teacher does not think that AI was used to write the paper. So we're in this really bizarre world. So I think the number one thing is educators need to stop being in denial or deluding themselves about it and embracing it. As I was saying, doing more things in class. There's even ways to use AI to validate things that you never knew before. I write in my book, this right here. Cheating existed well before AI. There's services on the internet that will write your paper for you. Some PhD in Asia or Africa will write your paper for $5 a page. And so or someone who will write your paper for you. So these things have always existed. And all AI really has done is put a spotlight on it and made it easier. And so really the solution has always been, well, what if we can now use AI to give more transparency as to how is this paper constructed? That's not only going to undermine AI cheating, it's going to undermine all forms of cheating. In schools, teachers will tell you, I want you to read these 30 pages. The next day, there's no way that the teacher knows whether anyone read those 30 pages. It's all just on people's honesty. We're working on things where as you read, the AI can ask you a few questions after you've read a few more paragraphs. And that's both useful for supporting the student. Hey, did you understand what the author meant when they said this or that? But also it can make the teacher feel confident that like, oh, you actually did read the material. So I actually think thoughtful use of tools that are specially designed for education are going to be really valuable. And then as you get into older students, high school students, college students, yes, they should also be embracing, use these tools. This is a skill for the future, and I expect more out of you if you use these tools. Just to tell students not to use it is actually in denial of reality, and it's actually probably going to hurt the students. I think there's a bigger question in society about, I think there is going to be a lot of productivity, which is good, a lot of wealth creation, which is good, but you're also going to see a lot of economic dislocation. The largest employer of men between ages of 18 and 55 is driving some form of vehicle. Within 10–15 years, that's going to be automated away. Retail, working a cashier, working in a warehouse, robotics, in your lifetime for sure, probably mine as well. We're going to see all of that shift. And if you have large 18 to 55-year-old men, these are the people who the world does not end well if they don't have something to do. And so I think this is another role for education. We have to come up with more mechanisms for people of all ages to skill themselves and then be able to transition into different jobs. And I think the jobs of the future, yes, there's going to be a lot of jobs in the knowledge economy leveraging AI, but I think there's also going to be a lot of jobs in what I would call the human economy, where it's, person-to-person interaction, hospitality. I actually think teaching is one of the safest jobs out there because not only will it be able to leverage AI, but it also has a huge person-to-person human element to it. And so, I think hopefully we can use AI to help us transition from this AI dislocation, which is going to happen.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. It's really interesting that people really are sometimes scared of big changes like this. And I think AI is going to bring one of these revolutions, and everything is going to be very different. So people are always kind of scared. But as you said, it can help, it can enhance jobs, it can help people be their best selves. So does anyone have more questions?
Yes, I'd like to do one.
Okay, perfect. Go on.
So knowing that AI usually does a lot of work and it probably will reduce the need for human labor, should education focus more on teaching people to work with AI rather than competing against it?
Yeah, I think absolutely. Like at Khan Academy, uh, I'm encouraging everyone from our software engineers to use AI more. We have to always fundraise and write grants and write. I'm encouraging people to leverage AI to even write documents. But what I'm finding is it's the software engineers who are already good, who are already some of our best engineers, who are actually getting the most amplification from AI. It's some of our best writers who are able to amplify their writing the most using AI. So, I don't think these things are in tension with each other. Like you still need to learn to write well. You still need to learn to code well. But then you should absolutely be able to amplify. And if you can do that, you're going to be pretty unstoppable.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're approaching the end of our panel, but we have space for one more question. Juliana or Brisa, would you mind taking over right now?
I have a question. So my question is, since the industry is, transforming, and with AI, people might transition into more one-on-one human jobs, what skills do you think are essential for, teenagers to work on to prepare for that new kind of industry?
Yeah, I have an opinion. It's impossible to completely predict, but I suspect that, to some degree, the traditional skills that we've always emphasized, the ability to, reading comprehension, write, strong math, science, content knowledge, not only do I think that's going to be useful, but I think for the next foreseeable future, the gatekeepers to opportunity will care that you know those things. I always say you can debate whether calculus, you're going to use it in life or not, but people use calculus as a filter for, and I love calculus, but people often use it as a filter for, can you do some abstract reasoning, critical thinking, et cetera, et cetera. So I would recommend continue to learn all of those core skills, but now more than ever, I think the people, especially with the tools changing so fast and things advancing so fast, I think a certain entrepreneurial capability, and entrepreneurial doesn't mean you're necessarily starting a business or starting a nonprofit. It's just the ability, economists define entrepreneurship as a factor of production where you can take resources that already exist, but put them together in new ways to create value in the world. And every day there's new tools that are emerging. And so I think this capability of always being on the lookout, hey, how could I use that? And if I put that together with that, I could create this, is going to be a very useful tool, whether you're working for a large company or you're trying to start something yourself. There's been a trend over the last, and I've to some degree been a beneficiary of this trend. If you go back 50 years ago, if you wanted to disseminate information, become a publisher, become a content creator, you had to go through gatekeepers. You had to go through publishing houses or movie studios or TV studios, and very few people could go there. In that world, there would have never been a Khan Academy. There's no way that I would have somehow stumbled into creating videos and people would have noticed and people would have funded. So then you had this trend with, personal computers and software and the internet. Everyone could start creating software and publish. YouTube, anyone can start putting things out there. That's how I was discovered. Other people, Justin Bieber was discovered that way. Other people. And now with AI, you're going to have even more superpowers where, a small team of 3, 4, 5 people could do what used to take 500 people to create. And so, that's a superpower that a movie that used to cost $100 million to make, I think within 10 years, you're probably going to be able to do it for $100,000 or maybe $10,000 or maybe even $1,000, which means all of y'all, you should not hold blinders on that you're going to be, oh, I might be interested in making a movie, but there's no way that a movie studio will ever pay attention. No, just make the movie. And if it's good, people are going to start paying attention. So think about entrepreneurship capability. And then, that human element, communication skills, interpersonal skills, they've always been important, but those are the things that those personal connections are, AI is not going to be able to replace that.
Yes, I have another question. In an ideal world where AI achieves its full potential in education, what would be a day in a life of a student look like, and how different would be from traditional education that we have today?
Oh, that's an interesting question. It depends how far in the future we go, but what I would imagine, well, I mean, I'm imagining like the AI waking up the student and having a conversation. Wake up, you got to test it anyway. But once they go to school, I think my ideal is the classroom would look like a lot of good classrooms today. Like a good classroom today is one where the teacher is really energized and has the students working on some type of a project and they're interacting with each other, they're teaching each other. The teacher is very engaged, walking around and supporting students as they need it. But the AI is working in behind the scenes. When the teacher was creating the lesson, the AI is supporting the teacher. When they're in the lesson, maybe the AI is observing the classroom. We have to be careful. It could be a little bit creepy, but let's say it's all safe and the AI can actually see the classroom and it could tell and it's hearing the classroom and it could say, hey, all the schools are, but you know, this group number 5 over there, one student isn't really participating. Why don't you go walk and make sure that they're talking to that? Or in that other group, they're not being so nice to this one student. Why don't you go make sure that that's working out? And then, hey, it looks like a lot of the students are really having trouble with this concept. Why don't you take a pause right now and do a quick 5-minute refresher on that concept? And, you know, to us looking at that, we'll just say, this is an amazing teacher. You know, he or she just magically knows what the students need at exactly the right moment. But it's all being helped with the AI. And then later that night, the AI will tell the teacher, hey, look, this is my read of what just happened in that classroom. This is who's participating. This is who's not. Let's plan this for tomorrow. And by the way, I graded all the papers from yesterday to take a look at it. And so the teacher's spending very little time on all of the non-student facing work and able to spend more time with the student facing work. And similarly, a student in that classroom, if they're disengaged, the AI can maybe help motivate them. If they go home and they're confused, the AI can say, hey, look, I'm here for you. What can I do to help you out? So it really does feel like a tutor. And by the way, that same AI can tell the teacher, hey, I've been helping out the student at 2 in the morning. I think there's something going on here. I could use some extra support. And so I just hope it'll just feel like what great classrooms already look like, but more teachers are going to be able to do it. And it's going to take less energy on the non-human stuff, so you can put more energy on the human-to-human stuff.
Okay, that's perfect. I would really enjoy being in that classroom. It sounds very good. So we have come to the end of our panel. I would like to thank all the and all for talking all this. Do you have any closing thoughts on the matter?
No, thanks for having me. All I'll say is, you know, I think it's both an exciting and scary time to be alive. You know, not just AI. I think anyone looking at the news these days gets a little worried. But look, you know, I think at these moments of incredible change are the times of, you know, really incredible opportunity. And I think your generation, you're going to see, hopefully I see it too, in the next 10, 20 years, but you're going to see everything be rethought. I mean, it's not just about AI. You're going to see a biotechnology revolution, probably in conjunction with AI. I mean, there's wild ideas that, you know, your generation might, you know, there might be people here who start living hundreds of years. Right? These are just mind-blowing ideas because of the advances that might happen. I think, and these advances are going to affect everything. They're going to affect how we organize ourselves, what community means. They're going to affect art. They're going to affect, you know, how we define ourselves as nations, as laws. Everything is going to be rethought. So it's going to lead to probably some scary things, but hopefully everyone here, you know, given that you participate in events like this, feel the agency that y'all really can make a huge difference. I remember when I was your age, I was always like, what am I going to be able to do that hasn't been done already? And it seems so hard, and there's so many other smart people. What am I going to be able to do? Trust me, there's a lot that each and every one of y'all is going to be able to do. So I look forward to seeing what happens.
Thank you very much. Very inspiring words. And that's it. That's the end. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and goodbye.